Testing, testing. Microphone. Testing, testing.
Okay. That's a good point. We should probably Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello. Are we ready? Are we ready to start the meeting? Because I'm ready. So, welcome to RITSEC. It's the second week of the spring semester. Okay, I guess we're clapping for that. Okay, everyone, join the Discord if you haven't. Discord.ritsec.club. That is where we have everything. Speaking of which, can someone on eBoard drop a sign in while I'm talking? Please sign in. In our Discord, we have the management category. In the management category, we have the sign in channel. If you go into that channel, you see a button that says sign in. And if you sign in, you get free pizza later. Yay. And you get to help us because we can show how many people show up to our meetings. All right, check the calendar.ritsec.club. This is where you can find out what's going on throughout the week for the club. So any IGs, any special events, basically anything at all that's happening, it'll be on our calendar. So you don't have to keep asking, or if you don't have to like rely on email or Discord announcements or something. It can be there. But speaking of email, join the mailing list. It's super useful. It goes out every Wednesday or Thursday or something like that, and it tells you who's presenting each week at these meetings. So yeah, that's how you find out, what's the cool presenter for education, who's talking for research, and again, any special announcements for like the week or like the month or something like that that you need to know about for the club. And now, meet the sponsors. Please clap it up for our sponsors. Okay. Thank you. There's a lot of sponsors, right, guys? Follow our social media. We got Instagram. That's also where you can see who's presenting each week and other special stuff. We got the YouTube where all the talks are recorded, and we got our LinkedIn for the LinkedIn Warriors. Some more announcements for this week. Please scan this QR code to report your co-op. This is a favor for our head of PR, Danny Nichols. If you are currently on co-op this semester or you accepted one for the summer, especially if it's one of our sponsors, could you please report it in this form? Because this gives us a good idea of where our members are co-oping. We can kind of like show off how cool our members are and the number of success stories that make a big difference when we're talking to companies and asking them to sponsor us so that we can do much more cool stuff for this club. This is also in announcements in the Discord. If you want to sign up to present research, you can scan this QR code. And this is like if you're doing some cool project for like a class or on your own time, or if you went and did a competition somewhere and you built something really cool, or if you just like do something on your own time and you want to show it off or research something very interesting that you want to share with everyone, this is the time to do it. In these general meetings, research is 2:30 to 4. If you do one research presentation, you get a RITSEC lanyard, and they're really nice. And then you can like wear your ID and like your keys in your pocket on it and stuff, and show everyone how cool you are. In my freshman year, I wore this RITSEC lanyard, and I met someone outside of this club who then like got me to do a bunch of stuff in the club. So like, do it. WESIS is back. Sorry, the delay. Okay. WESIS is back. They meet Mondays 5:30 to 6:30 in Gulf Island 1710. I think that's one of these conference rooms. I was gonna say it's a classroom. It is one of these conference rooms. Their first general meeting is on Monday, this coming Monday, January 26th. And you'll get an introduction to the club and what is to come in the future. And anyone can come to these meetings, and they're fun and cool. More WESIS stuff. We've got the junior ops lead applications open for WESIS. And the responsibilities of the junior ops lead for WESIS would be to maintain their website, run the WESIS CTF, assist in technical workshops, and shadow the current ops lead to learn how to do all of that. You don't need any previous experience. And it's a commitment for this semester and then the next school year. So you can ask the WESIS ops lead on Discord if any questions, and scan the QR code if you're interested in this position. Spring 2026 mentee signups are now open. If you want to be a mentee, you can scan the QR code on the left, and then you can look at the mentorship options on the right. I'm one of the mentors, guys. You can be my mentee, and it's really fun. There's one-on-one and there's group, so I don't remember the options off the top of my head, but mine is called Co-op Bootcamp, and we're gonna make you guys like get a crazy co-op and have a crazy resume. And there's also technical ones too. And you can ask Adam about this. He runs the mentorship program, and the signups close on the 30th in 1 week. Everyone scan it? Okay. And finally, our last announcement, we have Black Team applications for the RITSEC CTF now open. Look at that really cool logo for the RITSEC CTF. Don't you want to be a part of setting that up? I sure do. You can write challenges. So if you want to be a challenge author, you can sign up on the left. And then if you want to be on the infrastructure team and maybe challenges, sign up on the right. And you can ask Manav about it because he is our CTFCA. And you can go to the website at ctf.ritsec.club to learn more about this. And same thing here, the sign-ups close in 1 week at 11:59 p.m. Also, this should be an announcement in Discord. Okay, and now, introducing our education presenter for this week. It's me. I'm talking about penetration testing. Yeah, okay. I just took off my CCDC hat because we're going red team now. Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to take off my hat. Who am I? There's a really big delay here. There we go. I'm Leah Kvaris. I'm in my 3rd-ish year. Those co-ops really mess you up, of cybersecurity. I also minor in MIS and music performance. I am your current ISTS CA. I love ISTS. White team sign-ups dropping next week. Look out for that. I was the head of education last year. I also was, that's like the job I just did, announcing it. I did that. I'm on the CCDC team. I'm the co-captain. I'm on Black team. I've done info since my freshman year. I was the info lead sometime last year. I've been on the RITSEC red team since my freshman year. That's a nice picture of us on red team with our hoodies. I did win the first ever Slidely Cup. I was really funny, and I made a really funny presentation that was super original. Okay, and I do a lot of performing arts stuff too. You might see me like carrying on my violin. That's me. That's a picture of me and John Hammond. I'm just really proud of that. That's me and like the umbrella from one of our sponsors, Travelers. Yeah. Okay. Oh, no, I forgot. I was going to talk about this. So, also, my personal experience, my credentials to give this talk, I have experience doing like internal or Active Directory pen testing in one of my co-ops. I also kind of got to be on an internal that was basically like an OT pen test. I've done web app pen testing, which is not my favorite, but I've done it. And externals, which is like finding as much as possible given nothing. And I enjoy offensive security. Our agenda for today. We're going to do an overview of pen testing and compare it to some other fields. We're going to talk about some pen testing tools, and then we're going to go through pen testing methodology, and then talk about like resources for learning, and whatever else I put in the end of the presentation. And I do want to put a disclaimer. Thank you to Spencer Roth and Smash, because I used some of their slides from the previous pen testing presentations. What is pen testing? Pen testing is a subset of offensive security, aka ethical hacking, though I don't really hear that term being used much, like a lot. I don't know why. Per NIST, penetration testing is a technique where testers target individual binary components or the application as a whole to determine whether intra or inter-component vulnerabilities can be exploited to compromise the application, its data, or its environment resources, which is like a fancy way of saying try to like hack something and then talk about what you found. So that's really what I wrote. I'm sorry for like the word block on the first slide, but it'll get better, I promise. Basically, yeah, you get given like an app or a network or a platform or something, and you try to hack it, and then you write a report on it. That's really all it is. And the whole point of this, and a really good way to explain it to non-technical people, is you find weaknesses before the bad guys do. So you are doing the same stuff they would be doing, ideally, but you're doing it before them so the company can fix it once you tell them about it. And in pen testing, you're basically checking, like, is whatever thing actually implemented? And then is it implemented, like if it is it doing it the way it should be, or is it misconfigured? And the goal is to have better security, marketing, compliance. An important thing to talk about is pen testing versus red teaming. A lot of people kind of think that they're the same thing, or they get misconstrued or confused. So I have a little bit about what red teaming is and maybe what pen testing isn't. Like unlike announced assessments, pen testing, like the company knows that it's happening usually. Red team is very, very much focused on stealth. So the defenders, they don't know that the testing is happening. And it's really used to test, like, can the blue team, can the incident response team find out that something's going on, and can they respond to it as if it's a real attack because they think it's real. So here I wrote down, like, all the stuff you'd have to think about with stealth, a lot of stuff with, like, antivirus evasion and EDR bypass. Living off the land is big because if you're using something with, like, a binary, or, sorry, it's known to be a bad tool, it's going to get flagged in their alerts, but if you're using legit, like, remote access stuff, then maybe not. They can use custom malware. You can write custom tools for this, and using a lot of C2's command and control channels. Both types of exercises, pen testing and red teaming, they do test the company's defenses, but a red team's core function actually often is like emulating actual adversary tactics, techniques and procedures, TTPs, and how the adversaries could attack the organization, because it's not like the same thing of if your small grocery store down the road is getting attacked by some random like APT, it's not going to be the same as a multinational bank. So the things that they have to worry about are different, and that's why red teams are much more like tailored to different types of companies. This, I think I stole this from OffSec. So it's just a nice chart that's talking about like pen testing. It's answering the question of what vulnerabilities exist. But then red teaming is more like, can we stop an actual attack? If the red team is like covertly operating in our network, can we figure out that that's happening and can we do something about it? Pen testing also would be, we'll talk about this in the methodology section, but you would probably define what system or application you're testing. Meanwhile, red team is like, yo, go crazy, like hack, just get in, just like do it. And then a pen test is a little bit shorter, while a red team is much more long term. Yeah, and then I talked about how pen testing is like announced and then red team is covert. Pen testing versus a vulnerability assessment. Vulnerability assessment, the big emphasis on here is like potential flaws, potential weaknesses. You have to like scan it and see if this is actually like misconfigured, but then past a vulnerability assessment, you want to verify those findings. So if you're running vulnerability scans, Nessus is a huge one a lot of companies use, and I heard a lot about Qualys as well, and then I listed a couple other ones that I just like found. But this is more like showing, okay, we scanned your, I don't know, all of your external web apps, and we found that there are like the vulnerability scanner found that there are some things that shouldn't be the way that they are. It shouldn't be configured this way. But then someone needs to go in and actually check if that's real, because you can't just trust the output of a vulnerability scanner. And it's not going as deep as a pen test would. And then pen testing versus bug bounties. Sorry, the delay is crazy. Bug bounty is more about like gamifying and providing incentives for like the higher the critical of the higher the strength of vulnerability, the higher the reward is. So it's a lot about like impact and outcome versus of a pen test. You're paying for the pen test anyway, so they might not find anything, which is unusual, but if you're paying for a pen test and then the report says like, you're good, there's nothing that we found, you're still paying for that. Bug bounty, if you don't find anything, you don't get paid. And the thing with bug bounties is that they're always ongoing. It's not like you're hiring an actual team or like some company to go do a pen test for you. It's companies posting stuff and saying, okay, you're allowed to test this specific web app, and anyone could go in and find it and find something in it. And I listed that HackerOne and BugCrowd are good ones for bug bounties, but that is the difference from pen testing. And I stole this graph from BugCrowd, I think. And here it talks about, again, like the approach, freestyle with bug bounties versus the methodology in pen testing. Bug bounties ongoing, and then pen testing is like, okay, we're going to check for this stuff. This is a little bit biased because it's coming from a bug bounty company, so they're going to kind of like sell you bug bounties more, but the differences still remain. And then to actually cover all of the different types of assessments other than the ones I just compared it to, just so we get a good understanding of what pen testing is. Here at the bottom, it comes from low complexity and low interaction to the highest complexity and highest interaction. So again, like I was talking about vulnerability analysis, anyone can just set up Nessus and Security Center and then just go scan some things. Like you could do this in your own home lab, and it's a really good experience. You should probably try it out. But it's like super low complexity because it's just plug and play kind of, and you just get to see an output of results. Then internal, external pen testing is the next step up. And then I'll just kind of lump it in with like assumed compromise testing. Usually when you're on an internal, the company will give you like one user and one account on one computer on their network. And then you go from there and see what you can find. So this tests more of like how much you can move laterally throughout the network, how much you can escalate your privileges from a regular user, and then just like, again, you're using all the stuff from before. You can use a vulnerability scanner, but it's just the first step to see what you can do with it after that. And then what I talked about with red teaming, it's a step above that, where it's very, very, like you're about emulating the threats. It's about targeted attacks for a specific company. What would an APT do to your company, not just any company, and big on being covert and evading detection. And then finally, purple teams out at the top. this is kind of interesting, but purple teams might, like the definition might vary between different companies, but it's usually blue plus red equals purple. So it's a collaboration between red and blue, where red will like actively do stuff, and then immediately they'll check in with the SOC or the blue team and see if it worked. So this is kind of like more to tune alerts and see if like the controls are being validated at the time that the attack is happening. So if it doesn't work, they can immediately fix it and rerun it and just keep testing until the alert fires properly, or like if it's not firing at all, see why not and see what you need to change so that you next time, like if that actually happens, the alert goes off. Yeah. And then I've got another thing here to list out. It's the same exact thing. It's just showing how many different types of actual like security assessments there are and how pen testing fits into like just one of them. But most companies, they want to get like a wide berth to see exactly what they're exposed to. So pen testing is just like one of many things that a company can offer or can like do for themselves to see how their security posture looks. Now we're going to talk about a bunch of pen testing tools that I just decided to list out. Who knows Nmap? Raise your hand. Great, right? If you don't, Nmap is a network scanner, and it's used to discover hosts, open ports, and then the services on those ports, and then sometimes vulnerabilities with the Nmap scripting engine. It's literally just like you can Google Nmap, play around with it. Don't Nmap random things, Nmap your own VMs. But it uses, it's like the tool for reconnaissance and scanning a network because it tells you what ports are open. If we've taken CSEC 140 maybe, or the networking classes, we know that ports show what services are open. So like port 80 means there's HTTP running on the machine. And then from there, a pen tester would kind of start exploring more. There's a lot of checklists about like, what do I check if port 80 is open? What do I check if port 443 is open, etc. And then the methodology kind of continues from there. I'm trying not to get ahead of myself. Auto Recon, I like this tool. It's kind of like something I usually use in combination with Nmap. It gives you, it kind of gives you results faster than Nmap does. It's also an automated reconnaissance framework, and it just runs multiple enumeration tools like in parallel to quickly profile a target. So it uses Nmap, but it also uses other things to find you stuff quicker. So I use it like while I'm waiting for Nmap to finish its scans. SMB client, SMB map, they're tools for enumerating SMB shares to identify like files, permissions, misconfigurations. These are a lot about like not just knowing the tool, but knowing what service to look out for and then how to continue looking at it using what tool. So you can be actually very limited if you don't have a good tool set because you might not know that some tool can just like go do something for you. But you also, it's really good to like learn how to do it manually first. So just like search up SMB, search up how to actually just use SMB. Then go and use those automated tools to test it. LDAP search, again, it's just for querying LDAP because if you've ever written an LDAP query, it's like really long and difficult and annoying, and it's really easy to mess up. But LDAP search will enumerate the users, groups, directory structure for you. And then enum for Linux is also really, really awesome. It gets you like user information, groups, shares. I think policy is also from a Windows system through SMB. But you run it on your Linux machine because you're usually testing from like Kali Linux. And then on the right, I've got some Windows AD stuff, really, really, really good tools. Rubius is used for abusing Kerberos, so like ticket extraction, forging, delegation abuse, authentication attacks in Active Directory. AD pen testing is huge because a lot of big companies, they have an Active Directory network and they use Active Directory to manage all their Windows machines because that's what everyone's familiar with in a company. You don't really see people like pulling up to work and running Linux. So Windows tools are really, really robust and useful. Mimikatz is also a big one. I think maybe you learned about it in like 201. It's a post-exploitation tool, and it dumps credentials, it dumps hashes, Kerberos tickets from Windows memory. So you would use this if you have enough permissions on a Windows machine already. And then PowerView and PowerSploit, they're really useful. They're PowerShell frameworks for Active Directory enumeration. And they help you kind of like gather information about the system and run cool PowerShell commands for like post-exploitation and awareness of what you have on the machine. Some more tools, we have to talk about web, not my favorite, but Burp Suite, it's like the tool for web app pen testing. It's just like a web app testing platform, and you can intercept and analyze and manipulate traffic. That's the big one. So you set up a proxy with your browser, and then you can kind of like intercept stuff, and then you can change the requests and test out what happens if you send different requests or maybe like unexpected requests to a website. GoBuster, previously Dirbuster, GoBuster's the better one. It directory and brute force like files, file paths in hidden web content. So that's really useful for finding out like what files or what directories are on a website. FerroxBuster is one that I use also as a replacement or like in combination with GoBuster. It's also a recursive web content directory discovery tool, but it's written in Rust and it supports a lot of like more modern web features. So it's fast, it's good. They're very, very similar. And then WP-Scan is for WordPress. So a lot of sites are WordPress, especially in like practice, like hack the box machines and stuff like that. WordPress has a lot of like misconfigurations or plugins that are misconfigured. So it's a WordPress specific scanner for like identifying those vulnerable plugins or themes or users or configurations. Metasploit is also huge, definitely something that more people have heard of. It's an exploitation framework for developing, testing, and executing exploits and payloads, but all of them are written in Ruby, so you can't really alter them. It's just fine, it's fine. And Impacket, also I love Impacket. It's a collection of Python tools, we love Python, for low-level network protocol interactions, and it's also used a lot for like lateral movement and credential abuse. Once you get some stuff off a system, you can use Impacket secret stump. And some more tools, guys, I promise I'm not just listing out tools for the whole presentation. Cracking, if you get some hashes, you can use John, which is for like offline hash. You bring the hash onto your machine and then you run John on it with some rules maybe, with a word list like RockU. And then Hashcat, which is GPU based, so it's faster, it's high performance. And again, it supports a lot of different hash types. These are like the two hash cracking tools. Then for Windows privilege escalation, not Windows, Linux and Windows, because I wrote LinPs. LinPs, search it up, Linux privilege escalation and enumeration tool. It basically just lists out a giant thing of all the misconfigurations and possible exploits that you can find on a system. But again, you have to kind of check and you have to go in and actually validate the stuff that it suggests. So it's just finding like a foothold for you to start with. It's not doing any of the work for you. And the same exact thing with WinPs, it's just for Windows. It lists out everything on a Windows system that could possibly lead you to privilege escalation or I don't know, credentials or something like that. And I don't know why I went out of order, but Potato family, it's basically a lot of different tools that have the word potato in them. So like Sigma Potato, SF Sharp FS Potato, I forget all the other ones. They're very slight variations of Windows privilege escalation exploits that abuse service misconfigurations or token impersonation stuff. And then my personal favorites, that I haven't mentioned yet, Bloodhound. This one is huge. If you go and you get onto like a Windows system, an Active Directory network, you have to go and run a Bloodhound collector, like Sharphound. They have precompiled, they have EXEs, they have a PowerShell file, and they also have a Python collector. And basically, Bloodhound is very, very powerful. It uses graph theory to reveal hidden and often unintended relationships within Active Directory and also Entra ID. And then attackers can use it for a deeper understanding of what is going on in the AD environment. And this will basically like lead you to your PrivEsc path like every time. It's really good. CrackMapExec is the outdated name of the tool. NetExec is the new one. It supports a lot of different protocols like SMB, SSH, WinRM, LDAP, MS SQL, and it's a very easy to use tool. They have really, really good docs, and it also integrates with Bloodhound, which I found out is really cool. You can mark your users as owned. Basically, like, NetExec is used for maybe spraying users on a system that you found, or like finding a lot, like basically interacting with all the protocols, but from your Linux system. It's very, very, very good. And then Impacket, I think I talked about it in a couple of last slides, but again, it's a collection of Python classes for working with networking protocols, and then some of the stuff in there is really, really useful. Like get user SPNs, get MP users for curl roasting, as rep roasting. PSExec through Impacket is really good, so is WMIExec. And then Impacket SMB server is awesome for transferring files off of a system. And then they've got NTLM RelayX and MS SQL client. These are all basically things that help you out. Again, they just interface with protocols for you, so you don't have to write custom tools every single time. And they also have really good references online because people use these tools a lot and they're highly, highly valued. I'm not going over Nmap again, but it's one of my favorites. Just kidding. Nmap, Um, we're gonna walk through one nmap command that's just an example that's been used a lot. So all you have to do to run nmap is you write nmap, and then you put your IP that you want to scan or subnet. Then, for example, the TAC T3 is about the timing and like the speed. So the bigger the number, the faster it goes. You want to be careful with this one because it's very, very noisy. But that would be like the speed of it. SV stands for service version. And this is very, very useful for enumerating services. Basically, what you would see in an output, I should have probably shown an output, but it's fine. You would see port 80 open, and then it's going to say what it thinks the service is. It knows for the common ones, but then for the less common ones, it guesses and it'll put like a question mark. And then you can go and research that port yourself. But SV, it will tell you, it will try to find through different methods ingrained in nmap, like the version that the service is running. SU scans UDP ports, and you do need to actually should have put sudo nmap in front of this command. But nmap by default does not scan UDP ports, which actually might mess you up because UDP ports have a lot of different things that you could do with them, and you might not just like find them if you don't scan for them. PN disables host discovery, which means no pings. If you know the host is up, you don't need it just makes it faster, so it doesn't have to ping to check if it's up first. You wouldn't do this if you're just discovering on a network. You want to ping first to find out. And then TAC P80 right there, it's specifying the port number. And then right there I wrote, if you do TAC P TAC, that means every single port, all of them. And it's going to take a lot longer. SC will do a script scan. So I talked about nmap scripting, but I don't think that I put anything on the slides about it. Basically, NSE, nmap scripting engine, is very, very good for extra stuff that you can scan through nmap. And then IL will give you a new line of the list of IPs, but I prefer the bottom command OG of greppable output into a file. So it will have it nicely separated so you can cat the file and then grep for like the second column or something where the IPs will be. So this is a very similar command on the bottom, but it's the one that I usually use to kick things off. Again, SV is the service version, right? SC would be the script scan. It just does the scripts for those services. I would scan all the ports, and then I would actually put a subnet on an IP, but that's fine. And then TAC-VV just makes it more verbose so you know what's going on, because when I first learned nmap, I didn't realize that it would just like look like it's hanging, and I thought it wasn't working, but I was actually scanning every single IP, and I just like didn't know what was going on. You can actually press space to get an update on how far it is through the scan, but you can also do TAC-VV, so it updates you more often. And then, like I said, the greppable output for the file, super useful. Let's talk about some dangerous nmap features, though. The slide's so plain. I should have put a picture. Scanning too fast. Again, like the thing I talked about, the TAC-T. Don't scan super fast if you're on someone else's network that you're testing, because if someone hired you to do a pen test and then you just like crash all their stuff, that doesn't look good, and it's not good for the business. So you could use nmap's TAC-TAC scan delay flag or TAC-TAC max parallelism flag to interact with that, like with the scanning speed. OS fingerprinting, it might be dangerous for some certain systems, so that would be the TAC-O or TAC-A flags. Those usually replace, like instead of doing TAC-SV, you can just do A, which does service version within a bunch of other stuff. But it's a more aggressive scan. I think A does stand for aggressive in nmap. So you just need to know exactly what you're running. You can't just like kick off random scans, because it might not look like a lot is happening behind the scenes, but it can be very destructive when you're like opening connections and then just like not closing them, and also just like bombarding systems with a lot of requests. So you need to understand what you're actually running, which is really, really important in pen testing in general. Service fingerprinting it might cause problems depending on what you're scanning, so you have to use the TAC-SV flag selectively. And then synscans, because the default behavior when you run nmap with sudo or as the root user is that it will do synscans, but you want to do TAC-S capital T so that you avoid half-open connections, because as we learned, that's not good. It just leaves it hanging, and then it's not good for the system. Let's get into the pen testing process, okay? So the first part is planning and like the stuff you do pre-engagement. When we're talking about planning, the administrative stuff on the left, you really won't do this ever as a pen tester who works at like a company, because someone else in the company will do all this already and set it up for the client. or your own company, I guess. But the most important part here is defining scope and objectives, because you can't just say, all right, guys, we're going to pen test you. There's nothing, like, you have to specify what networks you're allowed to touch, what actions you're allowed to take. Sometimes companies, they don't want you just like going in and changing random users' passwords to get you farther into the network. You have to talk about what's allowed, what's not allowed. Identifying stakeholders is important. Who needs to know about this? Who in the company is this going to go to eventually? Or who is buying this for the company? And then the rules of engagement, that's kind of similar to what I was talking about. Like, you have to agree on rules, like what systems or data can be accessed, because you might potentially find people's plain text passwords somewhere. What do you do at that moment? Do you have to contact them immediately? If you find it critical, do you have to contact them immediately? How do you contact them? I got ahead of myself. That's in communication channels, but it's fine. And then also, like, what kind of testing will be conducted? So what is on their network? Is it Windows? Is it Linux? Is it OT? Stuff like that. And then if you, like, the rule of thumb here is, like, if you have to think about if something can be touched, you probably, like, need to ask, because it's probably not in scope. So you do really need to be careful with this. And then the budget and the timeline, that's just, like, very administrative stuff. The pen tester doesn't care about that. They just say, like, let me do this. And then reconnaissance, again, as the hands-on keyboard stuff, you would gather intelligence on the targets, and then you would probably identify potential attack vectors before you do anything, without touching the keyboard, without actually going on and running commands. You're just looking. The next part would be enumeration. So there's two types. There's passive and active. We'll start with passive. So passive enumeration is performed without directly interacting with the target, but you're going pretty deep with this. You're going to look for, like, we know OSINT, right? Open source intelligence. You're going to look for their subdomains or IP ranges, anything that exists out there that might be tied to this company. Now, might be, you have to confirm that it is, because you cannot just, like, go off and think, yeah, like, I think they own this subdomain, but I'm not really sure, but I'll test it anyway. No, you're not authorized to do that. Like, if you mess up, it's on you, because this company said you can test our stuff, not someone else's stuff. But then you look for index stuff, archive stuff, all on the internet. The internet is huge. You have to know how to search it. On the next slide, I'll talk about Google dorking, but that's that. And then interaction here, again, interaction without directly interacting with the target means you're not touching their network. You're not going to be scanning them yet. You're just looking stuff up about them, and you're creating a footprint to say, okay, this is the stuff that we confirmed, and this is what we're going to be scanning. And, like, honestly, sometimes if you just find their GitHub and then you search their repos with some tools, again, not manually, there's tools out there for that, you could just find, like, tokens that they accidentally committed to GitHub, or, like, credentials and stuff like that. So you never know what you can find out there. You have to set up a good footprint first. And also, I'm going to say this carefully, everything is in scope here, meaning within reason. Again, not on the keyboard, not hacking. You can look at anything on the internet that's tied to them. Like, LinkedIn is really useful. I said GitHub already. If they even have, like, YouTube, honestly. Like, literally anything they have on the internet, their own website, is going to be useful here. And then some tools that we'd use for passive enumeration. For example, osintframework.com. I think it's pretty old, but it's good. Maltigo is also good. And these provide the big picture, but they're not necessarily super accurate. You have to be able to, like, combine your sources of information to see what's real and what's just, like, some fake information that a website scraped incorrectly. Search engines, again, Google dorking. That link, I think, leads you to, like, some useful Google dorking commands from ExploitDB. I use that a lot, and it's really useful. It's just basically going on Google, specifying, like, their domain, and then looking for maybe file type or something that's in the header. It's really, really good. That link there has a lot of useful commands. And then you can use different search engines depending on your target. Like, stuff might not be on Google if you're targeting a company that's based in China. So you have to try different search engines. And then people love Shodan. Shodan is pretty good. It scans the internet for devices and services, and then it combines all that for you, and you can search through Shodan specifically. Yeah, it's great for, like, discovering assets. Again, you would usually just plug in their domain and use the SSL cert to search for it. And then you'll find a lot of cool stuff on there. You'll also just find, like, random people's personal computers that just have, like, RDP open. Yeah. And some stuff you may find by doing passive enumeration. You could also go on Google Street View and just look at their building. This is more useful for, like, physical pen testing, but that's the thing. The org is a good website that I've used before to find people's org chart. If I was like phishing them and I wanted to cite someone I knew was in the company, maybe was possibly their manager or like their manager's manager. This one again, like a lot of these, they're like behind a fake paywall, but then you can just like make an account and look around. Metadata in files is really useful. You can find like author. The old pen testing class used to make you do a metadata assignment to learn all about that. And infrastructure assets, again, this is like the big stuff. If you're doing an external pen test, you want to make sure that you have the correct network blocks and subdomains, and maybe like if they have a job posting online and they're saying like, hey, we're looking for someone that's good with like MariaDB or something, that gives us insight into their tech stack without doing anything. It's just the information's out there on the internet. Or if it talks about any specific applications they use that they're hiring someone to know, that's the thing that we could use in the future for this pen test. Financial, I guess, is kind of useful. Wayback Machine is a really good one because you can look for the websites that have been maybe taken down or the page has been changed. So you can go back and see when the page was archived, and it might have some useful stuff. Employees on LinkedIn is huge. If you go to a company's page on LinkedIn, and then you go to like the People tab, it will just list out everyone who says that they work there. And to be fair, LinkedIn doesn't verify this, but at the same time, most people don't really lie about where they work on LinkedIn. So here you could find people, maybe like, especially HR and like recruiters, they post a lot on LinkedIn about just like random stuff in the company, or maybe the company posts like social events that they do in their office. So a classic example is like they'll leak like pictures of their badges because they just post photos of them in the office. Or again, just like really anything. People overshare online a lot. And even if someone posts like a little bit of information that's not useful on its own, you can combine it with other pieces of information you find in other places and get a better picture for whatever you're about to do in this pen test. And you can look at their vendors and router technologies and assets. Now let's talk about active enumeration. So this is where we're like actually doing the stuff. We're doing port scanning and map, right? And host enumeration. So if we are given a computer on their network, that would be like using seatbelt. It's really good. 1Ps again, really good, really good. Identifies all the stuff that's going on that could be a potential attack vector on the system. And then all the stuff that I already listed, Bloodhound, Power, Rubius, these are like the tools for AD enumeration. And this is just like done interacting directly with the target. So I'm using a lot of like examples from internal and AD stuff, but again, also if you're testing web apps, you're just like sending different requests, you're testing out what it, like how it reacts, what it does. And that's the thing about like the valid and malformed requests. You would do password sprays. A lot of the times you'd be surprised how many companies just have like company name summer123bang as their password, or like, I don't know, company name 2025, company name 2026. So password spray is basically going in, testing a user, and then testing a password, but doing this very, very slowly because you don't want to actually lock them out. And then again, valid requests, maybe like you're not doing anything. You're not actually like hacking or making the program or the web app do something that it's not supposed to, but maybe someone just misconfigured it and forgot to leave like the admin page off. So this is more like a lack of awareness. Well, they'll be like, yeah, it's fine. No one's gonna go here. Yeah, they will. Like they're gonna scan your website and they're gonna find this admin page and then they're gonna do bad stuff to it. So it's important to just find like regular misconfigurations. Yeah, I don't know why I repeated the request down there. And now we're going to talk about exploitation, right? So we've enumerated, we've established what's going on in the pen test. Now we're actually going to go do it. External, we'll talk about external first. Again, with the web apps, OWASP Top 10 is like the source for web app pen testing and web application security. It lists out the common attack vectors, misconfigurations, stuff like that, things that you would look for in a web app. And it's a really, really, really good source. So phishing, here we're talking about credential harvesting and man-in-the-middle. So for example, with like voice phishing, if I call up your company and I'm like, hey, I'm IT, we got to reset your password or something. You just got a code. We just sent you a code. Can you read us back the code? That's not actually verification. That's me trying to log in as them, and I just need their MFA also. So this is more like credential harvest. I don't think people would share their password anymore on the phone. But for example, if you set up a fake web page that looks like your company's login page, but it actually intercepts everything that they put into it and then redirects them to the login, that means that you just got their credentials. So That's more like red teaming a little bit, but you can do it in pen test too, depending on if it's like a social engineering pen test. I guess I'll explain this picture. It's a sideways graph because it's really big and it wouldn't fit. This is the AD mind map. It's actually pretty useful. I also learned about this in the pen testing class, and I've kind of used it just like as a reference. It starts with like, oh, you don't have any users or credentials. What do you do? And it has all of these commands and like further explanations of what you should do there. Then it's like, oh, did you find a user, like a valid user? Here's what you do with that. Did you find a password in a user? Okay, let's like really get into this. Here's the commands we're gonna run here. So this one, there's a lot of different checklists or mind maps out there about doing like the methodology for an internal pen test. But AD mind map is a good example. I have a link at the end of the presentation for it. And yeah, in internals, there's a lot of ways to go. First of all, there's weak credentials. You can just spray passwords, and like sometimes you just find an admin, and it works. That's worked for me before, and it's surprising, but it's there. Yeah, people don't change their default creds for applications. Then you can crack hashes, right? So curb roasting, ASREP roasting. I recommend that you learn Kerberos because it's very interesting. It's also very complicated, but it's a big part of Windows and AD, and a lot of the stuff that has to do with like Windows privilege escalation and Windows exploitation has to do with Kerberos. And then passing the hash, again, Kerberos is here, SMB, WMI. I don't want to go too in depth because it would take a long time, but these are just topics that you would kind of look into when you're doing an internal pen test and you're doing like on the exploitation phase. Man in the middle, this is an interesting one because I've never seen this live, but Responder is a really good tool for NBTNS and LLMNR spoofing. So what it does is you'll run this server and it will start calling out and saying, like waiting for someone to either submit a request to like a typoed domain in their internal domain, or it will kind of like, it will spoof what the other clients on the network think is going on. So basically, you would intercept requests that are meant to go to like a different share or like a different DNS server. You'll get it to your Responder tool, and then you can dump hashes from there usually. Misconfigurations is, again, huge. What I was talking about Bloodhound will just reveal a bunch of different paths for you. So again, with the graph theory stuff, there's nodes and then there's edges. All the edges in Bloodhound, Spectre Ops, the people that wrote Bloodhound or like maintain it, they have a really good website, and also like within the Bloodhound tool, they have descriptions of what each edge does, and it will just explain to you exactly how to take advantage of a misconfiguration, like a overprivileged user in Windows AD or something like that. It's like almost always misconfiguration. I'm not gonna say always, but misconfigurations are really big in internals, and because companies manage such large domains, and maybe especially when companies buy other companies, they have subsidiaries now, they have to make sure that those subsidiaries have the same exact like integration. So not only is it like a hard job to just combine Active Directory environments, then you have to make sure they're secure, which is really hard, especially when you have domains and inter-domain trusts and stuff like that. And then old applications. That's also like pretty big. People just don't update their stuff. Sometimes because they don't want to, sometimes because they can't, because maybe like an application running on an operating system is only compatible with that operating system. And so you can just look up exploit for XYZ version of this app. And you'll get a lot of stuff. Metasploit is good for this one because you can just search. There's a tool called SearchSploit. There's also, you can just search exploit.db. That's what SearchSploit does. And on there you can find usually the correct version of what you're looking for to try to exploit it. It might not work, no guarantees. And then we've exploited. Now we have post-exploitation. So the difference here is like exploit is maybe gaining a user, gaining a foothold. Maybe like we have a regular user. Now how do we actually get to domain admin, or how do we get to root? That's the privilege escalation part. And also pivoting is really big. Like port redirection, SSH tunneling, those are really useful topics to know, because maybe you got into like one domain or one network, but I don't think there's ever been a company ever with one flat network for all of their locations. So you need to be able to jump between the networks, and that has to do with pivoting. We've got Ross from Friends because of the pivot meme. I don't know if people still know this. And then I put a screenshot from internal all the things. I also have a link at the end of this for it. It's a really useful website / collection of resources, because it's technically a repo, for Windows, Linux, Privesk, like literally anything to do with exploitation and internal pen testing. Because I listed out like just a few Privesk methods. So like SUID, GUID binaries, right? That's the set user ID bit in Linux files. Especially, again, I bolded misconfigurations. There will just like, sometimes you'll just run sudo tac L and you'll realize you can run any command with sudo. So that's instant like Privesk. And then much less often, there's kernel level exploits. So I honestly have never done this, but yeah, you could like look up the version of the kernel, do some research on the system. This is very risky because if you mess up with the kernel, you're kind of messing up the whole system and you might not be able to recover it. But that is a way to get privilege escalation. And yeah, Internet All the Things has basically descriptions and command references for a lot of the common paths for it. And I don't know why I'm skipping around, but we'll go back up to pivoting. You can pivot just like by finding weak credentials. If you have creds on one system, always try them on every single other system. There's no reason not to. People reuse credentials all the time. So spray those passwords. Try to crack any hashes that you collect from Kerber roasting or ASREP roasting. And then if you can't crack them, you just use pass the hash with SMB, WMI, or Kerber roast. SSH keys, I guess, yeah, sometimes you can just like grab someone's private key if it has the incorrect permissions configured on it, right? chmod. And then tunneling and proxying is very useful if, for example, I'm on a network, I've got my VM just like regularly on my computer for testing, and then there's something I want to reach behind the network that I already have. You would use tunneling or like proxying to get that back to your original host, so you can maybe access like whatever web app is running on that extra network on your own to be able to test it from your host. And yeah, always when you gain access to a new network, you have to do all of that enumeration all over again. So you're scanning all the hosts, all the services. You don't know what's there because you just got onto this new network. Don't assume that there's nothing there. That's a really big thing. And then the fun part, cleaning up. You do have to clean up. You do have to remove all their users, kill all the shells, remove all the files that you just spent a long time transferring over to do all the scanning. Try to never create files is like a pretty big ask because you will want to transfer over like the Bloodhound collector or the Sharphound collector or anything for privilege escalation. You're not just gonna do it remotely, though that is like a good option and it's more convenient. And then yeah, everything you have to do must be reversed. People are bad at this because they practice on things like Hack the Box where it's a thing that's spun up just for you, and then as soon as you're done, you can just like click turn off and it's gone. If you're on a real client network, you can't just like leave stuff behind because then if an actual attacker gets on the system and then they see you already put mimikatz.exe on there, that's really, really bad. And especially remove persistence. If you still have callbacks after the test is over, like you're in trouble. That's not within the scope. And then, why was that a transition? I didn't mean to do that. And then you have to write the report. So this is actually the most important part of the pen test. It might not be the most fun part, but it is what they're paying for. It's also known as like the $1,000 paper, like the $100,000 paper, because without the report, you have nothing to show for what you just did. You can have like your notes, and also I didn't mention this at all, but you have to take very thorough notes throughout the pen test, because then when it comes time to explain it all, you want to have all the correct evidence. You want to be able to tell them exactly what commands you ran so that they can kind of verify that on their end if they want to. And also like test it with their SOC or their blue team. You, in a report usually, will list out all your findings with different risk levels. So the criticals will come first, and then the high, medium, low, and informational. It's kind of self-explanatory, but a critical is like, if you have to fix this right now because it is very high impact and very high like probability to exploit or ease of exploitation. And then informational is like, yeah, just so you know, this is there. This is not like a big deal. No one can do anything with just this, but it's for awareness because it's not nothing. And then with each finding, after you break down why you put the risk level, you want to tell them what to do about it. So you can't just say like, we found all this stuff, all right, bye. You have to be able to explain exactly how to fix it. And yeah, like you have to be able to have the right amount of detail. So depending on who this report is going to, usually it's commissioned by someone technical, right? Because they're the ones, maybe they're like the head of cybersecurity in the company, because sometimes people are that. Or if it's like the network engineer or something, I don't know. You have to be able to tell them like what this means. Maybe they don't know everything. They're not a pen tester themselves. That's why they hired you. So they need to know not just like what it means from a technical standpoint, but like the impact and the meaning. And especially if it's someone who's more like administrative or management, it really needs to be, I wrote dumb down. That's not respectful to the administrative people. Don't tell them you're dumbing it down for them. But that's what you're doing, basically. You have to explain what you have, how you found it, why it's important, and how to fix it in an understandable manner. So I put be concise and be professional there, because a lot of people struggle, like this is what people struggle with the most, and they neglect this skill. It's writing the report. You want to be a good writer because you want to explain why this is valuable to them, because otherwise they won't hire you again, or they'll fire you if you work for them. And then like leave your emotions out of it and your ego out of it. If you found a lot of stuff, don't dunk on them. Don't be like, oh my God, we owned you in 1 hour. Don't say that. You have to understand that for them, this is like their responsibility. This might be their job on the line if they don't fix it. So the client will remember how you make them feel. And you don't want to make them feel dumb. You don't want to make them feel like their system sucks and they worked so hard at like trying to make their stuff secure. And then this pen tester came in and just like dunked on them. It's about, again, providing value, because the report shows everything that just happened and more. And then a lot of the stuff, like I talked about external pen testing, I talked about internal pen testing and web apps, but there's OT, which is like its own beast. There's IoT, embedded, physical, social engineering, wireless, cloud, mobile. These are like, people will often specialize in these after they've already been in pen testing for a bit. It's really cool when people do already know about this stuff, because it makes you like a highly wanted person if you have these skills. But I just wanted to say like that exists. I'm not talking about it because I don't know anything about most of these things. But they're also really, really interesting. So I'll eventually get into it, you know? And then how to get good. So this means I'm interested in pen testing. What do? Maybe I'll take, I actually didn't double check. I hope this is the course code for pen testing. It might be 471. Now that I'm thinking about it, 473 is CDT. Take CSEC 471. It says 1, please. And I have an outdated view of this class because I took it like a year ago, and now the professor changed, and now the course is changing. But I still really enjoyed it. When I took it, we just based everything off of the game of Active Directory, if you want to look that up, GOAD. It's basically a giant environment that's misconfigured, where you can try out all these tools that I mentioned and like learn about what AD is and like why certain configurations are bad and how to take advantage of them, how to move laterally, how to take over users, how to scan, etc. And just like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of colleges don't have a pen testing class, so this is a really good resource, and it's just a lot of fun. I've heard a lot of good things about the new one, but we're only a week 2, so what do I know? And then CSEC 380, I know this one's right. This is the web application security class. I think that's the full name of it. Also, like, I took these 2 classes specifically. Like, I made sure to take them in the semester before I did my pen testing co-op. And I don't know what I would have done if I didn't take these classes, because they're not going to teach you everything, but they give you a really, really good start. And it's just, yeah, I don't know. You can learn this on your own time and you can get ahead, but the classes give you a really solid foundation, and they talk about like the correct things that you should learn. So I recommend them. If anyone has any other classes, let me know at the end. RVAPT is RIT, Vulnerability Assessment and Penetration Testing. So what I just talked about the whole time, RVAPT does. We have an IG for this, and they do a lot of stuff with like Hack the Box. So I will mention Hack the Box on the next slide, but it's basically like learning all these skills in a lab environment in like a fun like play gamification type thing where you can find flags and prove that you know your stuff. And then CPTC, I have to mention it, the Collegiate Penetration Testing Competition. I've never been on CPTC. I know a little bit about it just from like hearing about it, so you can probably find more stuff online. But CPTC, we have like the CPTC team, it's part of RITSEC, and they compete in the pen testing competition. It's meant to emulate like a real business network that you're pen testing. And then a big thing that they do in the competition is they write reports on the stuff. So it's really important. And you can definitely find someone in CPTC to talk to about this. And then other than at RIT, we have the learning platforms, right? So some people, there's some of them are like kind of free. They have free versions, but people like to pay for these. They're not super expensive. I know people like the Hack the Box Academy subscription is $9 a month for students, and it's really good. They have a lot of modules about all the stuff, and they teach you from the ground up. Like they'll tell you how easy the module is, and it can be as easy as like I think they have a module on Nmap, so it'll walk you through exactly how to do it. It'll give you some commands, and then you can. I'm not gonna say you can do labs. I don't think you can do labs in the academy, but Hack the Box Academy, really good. VulnLab, I think it's like kind of dying out. I know some people who did it and who have write-ups for it. It's similar to Hack the Box. A lot of other things like adapted VulnLab boxes, but it's the same thing. There's basically machines that they host for you, and then you go in and you can test all the stuff out, and there's like intended paths for you to take to exploit these machines. Try Hack Me. I've never used Try Hack Me, but it's more, I think it's more like beginner level, and it's just good for learning like the foundational, pen testing, cybersecurity stuff, not just pen testing. Offsite Proving Grounds, I don't remember. So they have two different like proving grounds. They have play and practice, and they named them both starting with P, and I always forget which one is which. But one of them is really good. You can ask me afterwards. It's kind of the same thing as Hack the Box. The thing is about like why I'm mentioning these different platforms is they all have kind of like their own style. So if someone who's used to doing a lot of Hack the Box machines goes and does like offsite proving grounds, it's going to be a little bit different, just because they have different ways and different like patterns that you find after doing a lot of boxes. It's just very small details, but they might throw people off if they're used to a certain thing. But it's good to diversify, and it's good to try the different types of machines to hack, because you never know what you're gonna find in real life. And then I was recommended this by someone else, Portswigger's Web Security Academy for learning web app pen testing. Apparently it's very good, and apparently it's free. So I would check that out. And then some general advice for pen testing: take good notes. This is like huge. You should probably start a notes, like there's a lot of different note-taking applications out there. Who am I to recommend things? I used Notion for a long time, and then I switched to Obsidian. And I like it a lot. I have just like giant notes, and I probably need to reorganize them now. But you should probably have notes about like techniques, maybe about services, about ports, anything that you think you need to remember, because there's no way you're going to fit it all in your head every single time. And maybe something worked for you one time on a pen test. You should probably write that down, because the next time you encounter it, you won't have to like spend time figuring it out and like getting yourself up to speed again about debugging this random thing if you already have notes about it. Again, the notes also help you with the report. So you were literally like, I don't know about you guys, but I forget everything as soon as I like run it, the command, it's gone. I have no idea what I did. If I got the solution and I look back at it a week later, I have no idea. So every time you do one of like the Hack the Box machines, write down what you did. Search up Hack the Box write-ups, and you see like the style that people use to write them, and find your own style that makes sense to you. A lot of people kind of split it up into like the categories that I just talked to, the methodology. So they'll have an enumeration section of like what they scanned, what they like looked at. Write down stuff that didn't work also, just so you know the stuff that you usually end up trying, and what you like, maybe like once you look back at it, you can see where you usually get stuck and what you can do to fix that. I forgot where I was going. Yeah, look at write-ups. Learn your operating systems. If you don't even know how to like I was really bad with the Windows command line, and I didn't like, if you don't know dir versus cd, learn how to navigate the different operating systems, and then also just like learn the specific things within like different versions of Windows or different distros of Linux, because that's gonna help you like endlessly, because you'll be more comfortable navigating within any kind of network. And that kind of goes along with being solid in your fundamentals. So like learn networking, learn the command line stuff, learn your ports and services. You at this point, like eventually you should probably have a bunch of different ports memorized, just because it makes your life easier, so you don't have to search it up every time. It's just repetition. You just remember eventually. And be careful. If you, like I was mentioning in the beginning, pen testing, you really need to be aware of the scope and what you're allowed to do. Even if you're on the correct network, you might not be able to do something, and you need to know that, so because you are personally liable for it. And it's just like very important. Also, don't go pen testing random things. Don't go nmapping random things, please. You have to be authorized. You have to do it on a lab environment like Hack the Box, or your own VMs, or your own home lab, or you have to be working at a company that has told you to do this for your co-op or your full-time job. And that's kind of all I have for the general advice. Are there any questions? Okay, and then I've got this. We'll share the slides out. These are like some of the things I found. Is there a question? What is this? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Well, these are some really good links. You should go check them out once the slides are posted. Thank you, guys.
Hey guys, it's your favorite tech lead. I'm not actually the tech lead, that's Owen. But yeah, demos are available on flags.ritsec.club. Please go there, make an account if you don't already. If you run into any issues, let me know. It's really just using a repository of labs called Pentester Labs, and I think you're doing about 5 challenges today. So have fun and let me know if you need any help.
Ayo, the pizza here. Sign in. Sign in. Then you can get pizza. Also, don't let CCDC take a whole pizza yet. Watching them.
All right, attention everybody. We're gonna start getting research started. Security news is first, but I just wanted to make a quick announcement. If you check the announcements channel, I just released a Google form for all of you to fill out if you want a certification. So RITSEC is going to be paying for a list of certifications. You just have to apply for it and then prepare later on, and we'll give you some resources to do so. If you have any questions, please message me on Discord. I'm the one that made the announcement, and good luck. Off to Luca.
Yeah, hello everyone. Give me 1 second. Okay, I think we're ready. Hello, hello, hello. I'm Luca, and I'm doing security news today because Hayden is not here, unfortunately. Oh well. Yes, you can clap. You can clap. Keep clapping. Thank you. Oh man, I have to. There we go. Okay. Are you interested in presenting? Because we need presenters. Because nothing's open. I don't know. Just contact me or Dan if you're interested in presenting. Any presenters are welcome. If there's any projects you're working on or anything you did in a class or anything you did at a co-op that you think is interesting, message me or Dan and we'll talk about it. What's next? Oh yeah, the blog is a thing. I don't think anyone knows about that really, but we do have a blog. If you scan that QR code, you can sign up for the blog. And you get research points if you post blogs as well. There's some cool fuzzing stuff that one of our alumni, Sharad, did a little bit ago. That's the last thing that I know is posted because I haven't checked in a while. But really? Okay. Oh, that's still great, right? Thank you, VRig. Yeah, check that out. What's next? Oh yeah, sign in. We already dropped the sign in a couple hours ago. Most people have already signed in probably. But if you're just stopping in now, please check the sign in, or please do your sign in, which you can find by joining the Discord and then going to the sign in channel. Here's the QR code for the Discord if you want to join that right now. Bam. Check the calendar. We do cool stuff. We have all our IGs they have started. We've done 1 week of IGs so far. I think everything's gone pretty well. Check the calendar if you don't know when those are. Mailing list, yeah, I send out emails sometimes. I tend to put typos in them a lot, so don't read them too hard. But yeah, they got some cool stuff in there. Social media. Clap for your sponsors, please. The end. Thank you. Announcements. Co-op. Yeah, report your co-op, whatever. Yeah, maybe I did that twice. I don't know. Present research. Weesis is back. Weesis is cool. Sign up for Weesis Junior Ops Lead. Spring Mentees. Black Team. Okay, now here we get to the actual cybersecurity news. So there's a couple cool things that I found here. Let me just pull up my notes real quick because I am not going to riff this because that would be bad. I don't want to change the theme. I want to look at my speaker notes. There, okay. So this first one, I picked this one because if you respell Fortinet, you spell Fortnite. I thought that was pretty interesting. So that's why I picked this one. So there was a new automated attack that targeted the the FortiGate firewalls. Cybersecurity firm Arctic Wolf reported a wave of automated malicious activity starting on January 15th, 2026. So this was pretty recent, aimed at this company's firewall devices. These attacks involved unauthorized configuration changes, and they've been observed nationwide. The attackers created rogue admin accounts via SSO exploit or single sign-on exploit, which is a feature to bypass authentication and create unauthorized administrator access. Blah blah blah. They were able to steal firewall config files, which is pretty bad. yeah, because that includes lots of things like hash credentials. Admins, yeah, cool stuff. Next, AI-powered Android malware automatically clicks hidden ads. I thought this was a lot more interesting than the first one because I've never really heard of anything like that. I think that's pretty cool. I mean, there's different software that will like open tabs in the background, basically, of an application you're running, but using AI to like open, yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting. If you can tell, this is the first time I've done security news. So, oh yeah, they were using TensorFlow. Yeah, I use TensorFlow for machine learning software. That's basically what that is. It's distributed through GetApps and third-party APK sites, and operates stealthily using hidden browser web view. Because the main thing of this is if you know what's happening, it's pretty easy to stop and pretty easy to get from there. You just get battery drain and higher data usage, so that's one of the ways you can detect this. You know, if you have this, if you check your phone data or whatever, your power usage on your phone, you can easily see that you're using extended periods or have extended use of battery is what I mean. Yeah. GitLab, there's things a lot of people here use. Patches high severity 2FA bypass and digital denial of service flaws. There's a big vulnerability that they patched, and you were able to essentially do some things. This is going really poorly. Sorry, guys. Thank you, David. I'll actually read the articles next time, and then, yeah. So thousands of exposed GitLabs instances increase risk. So this is why you generally, this is why you update things. You know, we don't want to use. Oh, thanks, David. Good looks, bro. So this is why we generally update things because we want to patch out these old vulnerabilities, and this is a pretty high risk one. So sources, they're the sources. Those are real. Now, finally, I get to stop talking because I don't want to do this anymore. Without further ado, we have Daniel LaChance first with USB red teaming. After that is David Gerard, an introduction to BFP or BPF with Golang. And following that up, we have, last but not least, Max Marino, hacking a new mobile biometric factor. Yay. You can clap now. Thank you. What are we, amateurs? Oh, gotta wait until it goes away. Oh, there we go. See, we're good. Okay. All right, here we go.
All right, hey everybody. So I'm Dan, and I'll be presenting on USB red teaming, which is actually pretty cool. It's like a bad USB on crack. All right, so start off. Who am I? Oh man, that's like really slow, man. Oh, there they are. Okay, yeah. I'm Dan. I'm the president. I graduate this May. Super excited about it. And that's a bunch of pictures of stuff that I've been up to over the past year. Cool. All right, so expectations of a command and control framework. This is just like kind of what I wrote down before going into this project and what my goals were. So getting like some sort of reconnaissance before I get really any callbacks, establishing persistence, having client-server communication, and then uploading files and dropping them onto the actual host. So I think I was able to get like most of that stuff, which is pretty cool. So the big question, why not just use executables? And I'll tell you why you don't want to just use executables. Because of all those stinky and pesky antivirus softwares. I don't like these. They're terrible. They make red teaming very difficult. But, you actually don't need to worry about antivirus if you have a USB dongle that acts like a keyboard. So enter the LilyGo dongle, or T-Dongle 3 is what it's called. And this is just like some of the specification there. It has like an HID keyboard, human interface device. Then HTTP client functionality, so I can make callbacks to my command and control server. And then a couple of the key ones here are that it has an ESP32 S3 board, which if you don't know, it's just like a microcontroller that has like a boatload of stuff on it, and you can do some really, really cool stuff, as I'll show you. And then it also has wireless connectivity, and so that's what I decided to use in order to connect back to the C2. So picture this. This is the concept. All right, so victim plugs in the USB. You execute commands on their device, and then you make profit, and it's awesome. All right, so they plug it in. Then you might be wondering, what does it actually look like once they plug in this seemingly like benign USB? It actually does look extremely benign. It just shows up as like a HID keyboard device, and you can see that the port, the example there is COM10, just that the port has a USB serial device plugged into it, and that it's like communicating. But you wouldn't really think much of it unless you saw it actually executing. And I'm not sure how good this is going to look, but I do have a GIF of everything that it does. So originally what it does is it opens an admin PowerShell on Windows. I'm not sure if everybody knew this. I got very comfortable with all of the Windows shortcuts, but if you press Windows R, obviously everybody knows run, you type out a command. If you hit Control-Shift-Enter, that will open that process in admin privileges. And so I can open any PowerShell or command prompt that I want using admin privileges, which is pretty awesome for me. And so let's slow down what that is actually doing. And so you might be wondering, that was very, very quick. I saw a bunch of text on the board. Just pretend like you saw all the text, okay? Yeah, James. Does having UAC on stop prevent you? I haven't tested it yet, so I'm not really sure. Yeah. Okay, so this is what it looks like. You get the COM interface. So that's the port that the USB device is plugged into. And you can just kind of like, it's effectively just like using grep and awk, just like the Windows versions, finding the string and trimming it to the exact port name that you want. And then you can set up in PowerShell a new port object, and that's what system IO port, serial port, and then you just need like the baud rate and the port name. And so once that is set up, you can open it, and then you can pretty much just write any information that you want to it. So specifically what I'm writing there is just the port name, because in order to connect back to the C2 framework, I want all of the traffic to be going through the USB. Because if all of the traffic is going through the USB, any like antivirus software or just like person doing like log analysis on the device isn't gonna find a lot of the traffic, because it's just going out of a UART port, and it's not going to say some known bad IP. So my IP can be as bad as I want. But yeah, that's what it does. I added a little asterisk down there. This is when Wi-Fi SSID and password are known. If they're not known, I have something to do that. So why don't we just steal from the host? We have PowerShell access, and we can execute pretty much anything that we want. And so you can use a lot of those same commands to extract the WLAN profile that the user was last connected to. And so that if they're connected to anything currently, that is most likely to be their closest one. So I send back out to the USB the Wi-Fi network and the Wi-Fi password, because you can find all of that from a admin PowerShell. And then obviously once it all gets sent back, the USB device will connect back to my C2. All right, so, yeah, James? What if you need something, or what if you have something that doesn't use username and password like RIT, right? That's what you said. Okay. I haven't tested it yet, but it does work on RIT. I just need to add it to my known devices. So since it's on RIT network, I can just put like RIT Wi-Fi and it'll connect to that SSID because it is a known MAC address. No, it doesn't. I registered the MAC address of the actual USB, and so I can plug it into any device on or within RIT's network, and it'll work.
I'm trying to think of like the preventative controls of like if you were to go to like an enterprise, like what would you have to like know is off beforehand, before like you could just
Yeah.
plug it in, plug and play.
There are definitely a lot of preventative controls. Now, I will talk about some of those at the end. But what can we actually do? So this is just like some of the instructions that I wrote for it. Clean execute, so that's when it opens a new admin command prompt, executes the command, returns the response to the USB. That goes back to the C2, obviously, and then closes out of the admin shell. So that's kind of what my GIF was supposed to show. That's what it does when it first plugs into any computer. And then there's clean execute, no response. That's where it opens it up, but it doesn't expect a response. And that would happen if I wasn't actually able to find a serial port that it was connected to, but I know it is likely executing commands still. Then open a PowerShell in admin, execute with a response, execute no response, and those are just when I already know that I have an admin shell selected and open. Then I can open any arbitrary process and download any file from my server, because wget is pretty awesome and it's pretty easy to use. And so the actual framework, if you're familiar with command and control servers, it'll likely be something similar to this. There's the client server in like I called it the commander method. But basically, you have the client. Every time that gets executed, it calls back to the server. And the server is the one that actually has like the database and is keeping track of all of the devices that, or we call them agents, are connected at that time. And then anytime you want to add a new task, so just something new to execute on the client, the commander sends that to the server. Now, if I have a public IP for the server, I can connect to it from anywhere. But the client is not always going to get a public IP, so I will likely not be able to just like stream communication to them or like to that agent. It will likely have to be in a response to an HTTP request. So that's where callbacks come into the equation. So the client, every roughly 10 seconds I have it set to right now, will call back to the server, and if there is a new task in there, it will send that task assignment back to the client. So in the top left there, when I assign from the commander the new task, it will send that exact task to the client will decode it, and then execute it on the user's device. Then it sends the response back to the server, and then that gets updated the next time the commander queries the database, and that's everything. All right, so what does the controller look like? Hey, there we go. I have a list of agents on the left side, and then on the right side, I have a list of all of the database commands that were executed on that agent. So in this case, I mean, I could do a lot more damage than just this, but I wrote who am I and what is in the root directory. So that's my actual computer. If you can do anything with any of that, I don't think so. But yeah, pen testing and red teaming on my own system. So bottom left, that's where you can execute the commands on each specific host. I haven't done it that you can execute on all the hosts at the same time, but I will probably look into something like that. So yeah. All right, what PowerShell commands did I use? PowerShell is really cool, and before starting this project, I didn't really know how much you could do with it, but you can do like really more than the Windows GUI allows you. You can extract Wi-Fi credentials, as I showed you. You can send a stream of bytes directly over the USB, and that was opening the port and then listening for bytes of data. You can download and execute files using wget, and you can have string manipulation in ASCII. So all of that stuff was very useful for me, and I didn't really think of PowerShell as a medium for a C2 framework until doing this, but it actually worked out pretty great. Going forward, I know James mentioned a couple of these things, but I would like to figure out some way to stream the keyboard input directly to the USB. So like I can just type on my keyboard and it's like typing on the keyboard that could be anywhere in the world. I would like to drop a reverse shell, but I haven't found like a good AMC bypass for PowerShell. I'll probably enable and execute RDP. This is the one that I'm going to do next just because it's not very difficult. And that's probably the best way of doing a reverse shell, but I can't integrate it into my textual application. Then in-memory executables, and I just wanted to talk about in-memory executables on PowerShell because I really did not know that you could do this. So just like a broad overview of what in-memory execution is, it's primarily an evasion tactic from standard antivirus software. And since antivirus generally just like checks file signatures or hashes, you can, or it does static analysis of files for known bad strings. If you never have a file, you don't actually have to worry about that. And so you can just load into load your executable into memory and then just point your instruction pointer to the start of that file and it'll execute. So what some of you may be wondering is, doesn't PowerShell just do that automatically because you're just like executing commands in memory when you're doing PowerShell. Since PowerShell though is a Windows process, it does tag some strings itself. So this is a widely used PowerShell reverse shell right there. And as you can see down at the bottom, I wish I highlighted it, but it says, this script contains malicious content and has been blocked by your antivirus software. So I just used Microsoft Defender, and Microsoft Defender is like, hey, this PowerShell command is bad, and it blocked me out of it. Kind of a bummer. Now, hey, there we go. Okay, so wall of text. This is a heavily obfuscated a batch script. It was something that I actually found on one of my devices, and I had a good time getting everything off of my computer, but it was also pretty cool just like seeing what this threat actor did. I have no idea how I got it, but maybe doing all that research on PowerShell in-memory execution, but because they used, well, actually I'll talk about deobfuscation first. They used a lot of like very simple obfuscation methods that ChatGPT was able to just like parse through super easily. I mean, I could have done it. I could have wrote a script for it, but this took like 3 seconds, and I was able to actually see what it was doing, and it gave me like a little nice report on what was happening. So that was pretty cool. But the key point that I wanted to talk about is this in-memory payload execution. And so as you can see here, it is doing kind of what I was saying. So entry point invoke is changing the instruction pointer to point to that specific section of memory. So it's loading those bytes as, you know, the payload. I don't know what the payload is. It was never on my computer because it was executed in memory. And so it just points the instruction pointer to the start of that, and it is able to run it, which is pretty cool. And so I thought, why not just do the same thing? And that's what I'll be working on next. So moral of the story is anything can be an attack vector, even USB ports, and make sure to lock up your computer when you walk away from it. This is the exact reason why they tell you to do all that stuff. So, any questions? Yeah, David. We're going back to the first Thanksgiving to get turkeys off the menu. Is that right? That's right. No, I'm not going to do that. Any other questions? Serious questions? Before Luca rips this microphone out of my hand? All right. Oh, James has one. Thank you. Yeah, James? Okay, so where can it get stopped? Like, what are some other examples of kill chains? It can definitely be stopped if I'm not able to open an admin PowerShell. So if you're not admin on the computer that you're using, this won't work. Or it won't work as effectively because I won't be able to communicate directly with the USB. Because you need to be admin to open up a Windows port. Then also, it's like very difficult to get all of the timing right. So if there's like a timing delay in how long it takes to open PowerShell, then it won't work there. Yeah, I mean, just kind of stuff like that. There's not really any good measure to prevent this kind of thing because it just presents itself as a USB keyboard, and you don't want to stop any USB keyboard from connecting to your device. So, yeah. Any other questions? All right, cool. Thank you, everybody.
Test.
All right. Do I have a laser pointer? No. Oh shoot! I thought I did. I should have brought one. Do I got a quick transition? No, I mean like to get it to. Oh, it's already showing it. Oh, bang. Attention, everyone. Hey guys. This is my presentation on using BPF for filtering in Golang. I'm assuming most of you haven't seen this movie, but that's okay. There are at least a couple of people who have, and that makes me happy. This is obviously not the name of the movie. Start with the who am I. I'm David Jarrard, third year cybersecurity. You should go see the world, go adventure, go on vacations. You have your whole life to work. You might as well go see stuff while you can. Got a lot of great photos up here. My dog, my other dog, my girlfriend Emma, a couple of my friends, Maxim and me when we worked at FM together. Sherrod in the bottom left there. He's a cool guy. I miss him. So let's start. Whoops, that was 2 slides at once. Let's start with some background. So BPF stands for Berkeley Packet Filter. If you've worked with Kubernetes, you've probably heard of eBPF, which is Extended Berkeley Packet Filter. That's like the cool big kid version for when you're actually good at what you do. I used like the simple version. But in essence, BPF is a kernel feature for fast packet filtering in Linux. It's built into most Linux kernels now. It first came out for just network packet filtering. That's the legacy BPF, and that's what I used. And then Extended Berkeley Packet Filter is the more modern version where you can actually get very feature-rich things. And I'll go into some of the limitations of traditional BPF later, and it'll make more sense why there's an extended version. So for legacy BPF, it exposes part of the Linux kernel's networking stack to user space and lets you run sandbox VMs for processing packets directly from the data link layer. And this is like ridiculous because you can get really, really fast packet, not only filtering, but just like handling. And you can build some really cool programs out of it. And the reason that I chose to look into it is if you use BPF filtering in combination with raw sockets, you can bypass host level firewall rules. So that's things like NF tables, IP tables, anything where you'd write like drop all. And when you use these together, you can get through and make like a cool red team tool. Or you could do something useful like logging, metrics, stuff like that, but I use it for red team. And I'm going to show it mostly by talking about it and then walking through sort of the process of how do you make a filter, how do you look at network bytes, how do you actually make something meaningful out of packets coming across the wire. There's more background information on BPF. It's a very small virtual machine. That's where the speed comes from, and the fact that it's built into the kernel is where you get all your advantages. Some real stuff you can use it for is you can measure packet transmission times without impacting the actual like processing speed of that application. So if you have it built into the payloads of each, every transaction, you can use a BPF filter to read that and pull data from it without having to process it inside of your application. And then also you don't have to rely on anything above layer 2 if you don't want to. That's a really cool functionality. That's where the red teaming stuff kind of comes in. And then yeah, it just has it has a smaller footprint also. If you want to use eBPF and Go, you have to write a bunch of code in C, which then you have to like build into your tool chain, and it's kind of messy. It's really not messy, but I have like a small brain, so it's kind of hard for me. Raw sockets are another really important thing that's going to be a part of this. I'm not going to go too deep into them because they're very complicated, but you can choose which layer of a packet you're examining by using correct raw sockets, and you can use BPF in combination with that, like I said, and there's a ton of options, and I have some of them listed a little bit later on. But the goal for this presentation is to sort of understand how to use BPF for filtering by first looking at, how do we filter packets? Once we know how to filter packets, how do we go through edge cases? Once we know how to go through edge cases, how can we actually do something cool? So for me, that meant processing packets regardless of whether the packet was TCP or UDP, and regardless of which layer 7 protocol, in other words, like which port it came across. How do we put that into an application? And then how do we set the groundwork for making our own protocol at layer 7 to do some pretty swifty things? So sockets. Like I said, there is a lot of information and a lot of options. Like a ridiculous amount of information and a ridiculous amount of options. There's a really cool animation, but this is like 5 hertz, so you don't get to see it. But in about a second, we're going to see a really funny image of a sunflower. But yeah, all of the images that are coming up, it's just like piles and piles of documentation, and it doesn't conflict, but it is really hard to work through and see what matters. And so I was really struggling with that for like a while. And then there's this guy. This was like crazy. I was on Stack Overflow. This guy, Mo _, he just goes, I created a graphic to grasp the concept more quickly. This answer had like 7 upvotes, and he dropped like every option that would be necessary to understand the raw sockets, which was crazy. And then this guy has like no other posts as well. It was a total drive-by. But when we look at this, we can see what we're really looking for, which is we can get all the way down to the layer 2 header, and we can get it as something that we process. So essentially, we can get all the way down to looking at like just above the preamble of each packet. So that's the MAC source address, MAC destination address, and what, IPv4 it's running. And so the reason that this is important is because when we want to make an actual raw socket, we have to know what we want to put on the file descriptor. So in Linux, whenever you're making a connection, whether it's for inter-process communication or between machines, you need sockets to communicate. And specifically with Golang, it uses the Linux syscalls and the Linux headers. And so when we want a raw socket, we have to know AF packet, which is what gives us the raw socket, or sorry, sock raw, which gives us the raw socket, AF packet, which if I go back a slide, in this diagram, AF packet is down here. This is what lets us access the layer 2 headers, which is really important, again, which we'll see very soon. And when you kind of put all of that together, you can get the raw sockets, you can get what part of the datagram that you'll actually be reading off the wire, and then all that's left after that is the eth_p all, which is just saying, like, give me everything that's coming across the Ethernet protocol. And then the rest of that's just like boilerplate for opening up the sockets. And then there's at the bottom, there's create send socket. That'll come back later. I'll explain it a little bit more. So the first thing I had to do was look at the actual Ethernet frame and see like where the bytes would be when I was trying to filter the packet. You can see at the front there's the preamble, but we read just above the preamble because we don't really need it. Specifically, we can see for the first 6 bytes, we have destination address, then source address, then we have the type, and then the remaining is all for data. And so the first thing we want to filter by is making sure that we're not trying to read any packets in our program that aren't IPv4. And so our very first filter is just going to be using the raw BPF. Load absolute, it's basically an assembly program. And so you want to load in the absolute offset of 12 bytes, which will give us the start of where the type of packet is. And then the size is 2, which is 2 bytes, which pulls these 2 bytes. This is straight out of Wireshark. And we have just a jump instruction for if it's equal to what we want, IPv4. And if it is equal, it'll skip over the next instruction and go to ret A. Ret constant, it returns a constant value from the BPF virtual machine, which you can use for all kinds of information. And in this filter, we either return 0, so for that would be like dropping the packet. Otherwise, we return what's in register A, which is just the packet itself. So the next step after that is looking at the IP layer. I didn't do a lot with the MAC addresses because the only filter we really needed was like, did I send this packet? No, let's process it. So at the IP layer, we have this command called load memshift in BPF. What this does is if you've ever looked at like in Wireshark, we have version 4, which is just IPv4, and then we have the header length, and it's actually in the byte. The first 4 bits correlates to the version, and the trailing 4 bits correlate to the header length. Load memshift allows you to load in the 1 byte from the IP layer, and it'll just calculate the header length in bytes from there. And that's really helpful because the end goal of this filtering is we want to find the start of the data section in TCP or UDP and know for certain that the right byte we return is where that data starts. And in IPv4, there's a professor that would disagree with this, but you can actually go over a header length of 20 bytes and have it still be a valid packet. And I wanted to account for that edge case. And so in order to do that, we needed load memshift to shift the memory and load it into register A to have the header length. Before I go to the next slide, there's register X, register A. You basically, in BPF, one of the main limitations is you only get 2 registers for storing data that you use in operations. So you have register A, which is just your first register, and then register X, which is where you can load additional things for operations. So for example, when we do multiplying, you might have like 4 in register A, and if you wanted to multiply by 5, you'd put 5 into register X. And there's a couple of ways around that, but that's one of the primary limitations that would be like, if you're doing something serious, go to eBPF. So it's kind of a word vomit up to this point, but this is where you're actually doing filtering. So there's a lot of commands that are going to be very similar. We have the load memshift we just talked about. We have jump if, load absolute. All of these things, they just correlate directly to assembly instructions, and actually exposed in Go, when you have these values, you can actually pull out the like bytes that make up the assembly code if you wanted to. But the first thing we're going to do is we want to check for TCP and UDP when we're trying to make it agnostic for both of them, because they have different locations for their data. There's more information in the header for TCP, and it's also not fixed, whereas UDP has less information and it is fixed. So the first thing we do is we load in the offset for where the IP protocol is stored. The IP protocol is fixed where it's stored in the frame, just because of how IPv4, the IP layer, is written. And so that starts at byte 23, and it's 1 byte long, and we have 2 different fixed values. For TCP, it's aux 06 and then aux 11 for UDP. And all we're doing is we're loading in the value at that offset and then comparing it against either TCP or UDP. And if it's neither of them, it won't jump over that return constant, and it'll return 0, which will drop the packet. And the next thing after that is that we have the load memshift we talked about. This is where we're going to get the header length of the IP layer. And then all that's going to do once it gets it is it's going to move the value from register X to A. So memshift puts that header length into X. We move it from X to A. And then we can add a constant. We want to add the constant value for the length of the Ethernet header, which is from the Ethernet layer, which was the source MAC address, destination MAC address. And then finally, when we add those 2 things together, we get the start of the layer 4 protocol that we want to read from, which is either TCP or UDP. A lot of words explaining this, but there's a payoff, don't worry. And then finally, we can write that back into X so that we can use a command called load indirect. What load indirect lets you do is you can take a value in register X, and you can load an offset relative to the value in register X. So take a break for a second. Now that we're on to layer 4, we've found where the layer 4 packet starts, and we know that we can start reading with load indirect. There's 2 things we need to do. We need to find the data section in TCP, the data section in UDP. TCP, there's some nonsense we have to think about with the 3-way handshake for later on when we send packets. And then we also have to think about what makes it a protocol, what are the expected behaviors, and things we have to look out for when we're trying to parse the packets. So the easier of the 2 is the UDP datagram. This is straight off of Wikipedia. This is fixed, right? So it's 2 32-bit words, in other words, 8 bytes of data. And in that 8 bytes of data, you have your source port, destination port, length, checksum, and then your data starts. So it's very easy to write a filter for UDP because you just have to jump over 8 bytes. So you may remember when we moved from register A to X to use load indirect, we're now going to use that command. We're going to load a constant value into register A, which is the fixed header length 8 bytes. And then we can use alu op X. That is how you take the value in register X and use it like the multiplication example I said earlier. And then finally, what that will leave us with is in register A, we'll have the start of the UDP data section, which is this big block here, because we'll have taken from bit 0, the start of layer 4, and added the header length to get all the way to data. Unfortunately, TCP is not as easy. So for TCP, we have 2 problems. 1, TCP has options that can extend the length of it before data starts. And 2, when you send TCP data, if you tried to do it by just sending like a TCP packet, before it actually sends your data, it'll try and do the 3-way handshake. And the problem with that is that we're expecting the port we're sending this data to be dropping all packets. And so that SYN packet will get dropped, and your data will never actually get sent. So what that means is we have to find a way later on to make sure that the initial SYN packet has that data inside of it, which is not the expected functionality unless you're doing a fast open. And here's a state diagram where it says like you'll receive a reset if the port's closed, and that's really just reiterating what I went over. But getting into the actual datagram, what we have is we have source port, all the things you expect, all the things you want, and then our problem, which is options if present. So if options are present, then we can see that we'll be starting at a different byte than we otherwise would expect to be. And that's kind of a problem because there usually isn't options, which is convenient, but also means that we just have to make sure that we're calculating our next sort of byte that we're reading based on the data, sorry, not the data offset, based on the size of the header. And I have some way that I did this that's escaping me because I'm trying to present this. So this is the filter of doom for BPF with TCP. Oh, the data offset. Oh my gosh, it tells you where the data starts. So we read where the data starts with the load indirect, and where the data starts when we actually look at the packet, you can see that these headers up top are fixed in their position. And if you go down 0, 4, 8, 12, we get down to where data offset starts. So data offset is the first 4 bits of the first byte. And so we need to load starting at that byte. And we have to use 2 shifts. So we shift to the right by 4. That will drop the data that's reserved usually, so empty. But we need to get our actual number of how many 32-bit words are in the datagram so that we can use it in multiplication. So what that basically does is if we look at this, we can see that data offset is in the first 4 bits, and then the last 4 bits are reserved. We move data offset to where reserved is. That way it actually reads as the number it is instead of much higher. And there's a couple of ways you could have done that. I chose to do it by shifting the bits. And then you just have to multiply by 4 because it's in the number of bytes. When you break down the math, it's like the number of 32-bit words. It just simplifies down to multiplying it by 4. But you can see I use load scratch. You have a couple of things where you can store information. You just can't use them in operations, and that's what scratch is. So you can't access it with ALUOP because it's not a register, but you can load to and from scratch. If you need data later on, you just don't need it at the moment. So what this filter is doing is it's getting the length of the data offset, and it's doing some math, and then finally we're getting it into our register the same way that we did with UDP so that we can use load indirect again on top of that filter in order to access the actual start of the data. And the good news is that's pretty much the end of the difficult filtering. So all we have at this point is we're reading the data of either a TCP or a UDP packet. It could be either one at this point, but it doesn't matter because we know that we're reading from the start of the data. And for me, I put the first 8 bytes as shadow because that was the name of the tool. Those are the magic bytes that identify a packet as being one that I want to pick up on. And all it does is it reads those bytes with load indirects, returns 0 if there's nothing that we want. And then the magical part is that if it was what we wanted, it stores the end of the magic bytes into register A and then returns that. And what that means is that when we go and we run this virtual machine on each packet, we'll either get 0 for a dropped packet, or we'll get a number for the byte slice of where the data we want to read for a command or otherwise actually starts. So to actually create a virtual machine, everything that we just looked at was a bunch of BPF instructions, and those are put into a BPF instruction slice. And then all you have to do is pass that slice into bpf.newvm, and then you get a virtual machine with your BPF program that's ready to process as many packets as you want at a very, very fast rate. And so that's what this function does. And an interesting thing you can do is you can actually write test cases really, really easily. Because it's using the bytes directly from the packet, you can basically just capture them from Wireshark and then copy and paste them into a byte slice and then run those bytes through the virtual machine as if it was a packet you just received. Which is really cool because when I was testing TCP, it was really hard to tell if I was getting the right offsets, and writing test cases helped. Who would have thought? So the other thing that you should consider doing is creating a struct for your data. Because this isn't using the net HTTP package, users will just be getting a slice of bytes returned to them, and that's kind of meaningless, and it's not very kind to force them to parse it themselves. And so I made something called Shadow Packet because the tool is called Shadow, where you can get the source address, source MAC, destination IP, destination MAC, and all those sorts of things, and it's just got some boilerplate code to return it. And all of that is because then we can expose, also you have to make the sockets. Remember the slide from earlier? The create send socket, I won't go into it too much because it was a whole other mess. That's how we send the data in the initial TCP packet to imitate a fast open, but that's messy business that doesn't really need to be covered. But Once you have the create a VM and you have the receive socket made, we can make a channel of our shadow packets, and then we can write a function to basically listen to the raw socket, get every slice of bytes that comes through it, run it through our virtual machine, and then if it's a number that's anything other than 0, it'll load the data from that payload into a shadow packet and return that to a channel. And so that's what we expose from my module for this, so that all the end user of the module has to do is use it to listen, and they'll get a channel of packets that are accepted by the filter coming right back to them. And then it uses the context package because I thought it would be cool, but it doesn't really help that much. Yeah, so this is what I talked about earlier with the TCP fast open. Basically, you can send data in the initial SYN packet, but in Go, at least the easiest way to do that is to build the packet yourself. This took a minute just because you have to look at Wireshark and you have to make sure that like the version matches up, IHL matches up, you put a TTL that makes sense. You have to make sure that the headers and checksums are being calculated, and then you have to use the Go packet module in order to actually serialize it. But it's very well documented and it's been done a bunch of times, so I didn't do anything too revolutionary there. And since we can build our packets, now we can expose send, where all we need is a file descriptor, so that's our socket for sending, a destination IP, the layer 4 protocol you want to send it as, because at this point TCP and UDP don't matter, and the layer 7 protocol, which also doesn't matter, but it'll help control the port, and then that can just send the packet. And so why kind of do all of this? Working with low-level BPF made it really hard to do some very basic things, but it also made it very interesting what was able to be accomplished. And there's like a cool answer up there, but the honest answer is it made a really cool red team tool. Basically, I could have a host have all of its firewalls drop every packet, and as long as you could reach that virtual machine, in other words, as long as there wasn't a network firewall blocking it, you're able to run commands on it, you're able to send it on TCP, UDP, over SSH port, the DNS port, and it doesn't matter. And you can run all those commands, and you can hide it in a service and get it running very well. You can see like I made a horse file for proof that it can actually create stuff, and that's the public IP for routing across the internet. And it's kind of a gimmick. It's kind of fun. You could hide it very well, but mine's not hidden particularly well. I was more interested in making this functionality actually work. And also, Sharad will be like, whoa, whoops, that has a swear in it. Sorry, guys, I forgot that screenshot was there. Sharad will be like, wow, that's really cool. I can't believe that Linux can do that. And he's just being nice to you, but it's still cool to hear him say it because he obviously knew that BPF was in the Linux kernel. But yeah, so if you're able to get this far, and this wasn't just total nonsense to you, which I know it kind of comes off that way, it's really easy to build a layer 7 protocol on top of this. And so that's kind of my next step. And so you can put in your own version of TCP that has like silly functionality, your own version of whatever protocol you want, and you can build like some really cool stuff with BPF. And if you learn eBPF, you can get into like messing with how Docker returns, because Docker uses local networks. You can get into like really fast big data processing and just do some ridiculously awesome stuff. That's a shameless plug for RII. And yeah, I have a blog post I'm working on for it. It's kind of cut off, but you can see the repo down bottom there. And in the blog post, it'll go much more in detail about like how I picked which packet I did and how it actually communicates, how BPF works at a much lower level and those sorts of things. But yeah, I know there's a lot of nonsense, but this was a lot of like the hard found information that I had trouble finding. And now I have it in one place, hopefully, so that I and other people can come back to it. Because it is really confusing. It's hard to work at the lowest layer of networking. But it is really rewarding when finally you see packets going across the internet and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm like hacking the world right now. But yeah, thank you. Hello, James Southcott. Yeah, so the funny thing is that, whoops, we're just gonna. Yeah, so the same module that has the listen actually has a send function in it, so that's exposed as a Go module, but really, the interesting thing is that if you're listening, it actually doesn't really matter how you send the packet. As long as the data section of the TCP or UDP packet that first hits the host has your magic bytes, then it'll interpret that packet however you want to. Because at the end of the day, all this looks for is that. I haven't written the Python module to do that, but if you use Scapy, it takes like 3 seconds. Or if you're in Java, it's a little bit more contrived, but it's not extremely challenging either. That's facts. Yeah. 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 That's big facts from the chief over there, Red Team Chief James Healthcott. Yeah, I'll probably do that. This is on pause for like 2 minutes because I'm falling into the semester, but now I know what my immediate next step is going to be. Joey, you look like you have a question. That's okay. Shouldn't you be working right now? Yeah. Anyways, that's the end of my presentation. Oh, hi, Luca.
What would you use if you wanted to break into someone's home?
Luca asked me, what would I use if I wanted to break into someone's home? Probably the gift I forgot I was about a gift. Wow. I don't think we counted the numbers right. I love fraud.
I don't make the decisions. Attention, everyone. We have the great Max up now. Here you go.
Hi, everyone. Can y'all hear me through the microphone? Because last time I did a presentation here, no one could hear me the entire time, and I didn't realize until I watched back the recording. So, were y'all good? Sick. I don't know how I'm going to follow up those 2 presentations, but I wanted to do a research presentation to describe my experience with this past weekend. As you'll find out in about 2 minutes, I attended a hackathon at Carnegie Mellon University with my friends, and we decided to hack a mobile biometric factor. So before we start this presentation, who am I? I am Massimo Marino. I'm a third-year honors BS MS CSEC, math minor, incoming InfoSec intern at Apple. I play the bassoon. I'm a math and science tutor. The Yankees continue to control my life even in the offseason and refuse to make moves. I do CCDC in the red team. I love my monsters. Live on Long Island, love Taco Bell, and sadly I'm chronically late to everything. I don't know why. So you might be asking, Max, what did you do? And the answer is we made a bomb. This is our hack. It does kind of look like a bomb. I actually have it over there. I'll bring it over for the end of the presentation. But so this is going to be the theme of this presentation. So if you think it can't get worse, it probably will get worse. Nothing went well, but somehow we were able to pull through and make it work in the end. And I learned a good amount about biometric authentication, which was really cool. And I learned that ChatGPT is my enemy, Gemini is now my friend, and Swift is also my enemy. So my weekend trip, I attended Next Hacks at Carnegie Mellon University. It described itself as the largest hackathon on the East Coast with 1,000 plus participants and over 300 teams, and advertised over $1 million in prizes, which did not happen to be the case once we got there. The theme was Turing City. Basically, they wanted us to make products for a future where AGI technology has become widespread, and just things to help out people's lives. We had 24 hours to build a product related to this theme. We demonstrate to the judges, we win, we profit, and we get to network with innovative and like-minded people. So what is a hackathon? If you are unaware, during a typical hackathon, you get 24 hours to build a product related to a theme. Some hackathons are more geared towards making hardware-related products, some more towards software. So for hardware, think microcontrollers, cameras, computer vision, motors, robotics. And for software applications, ChatGPT wrappers, and like hardware software. Modern day hackathons are basically all related to AI in some way, which is kind of annoying, but that's just how it is. Your project can apply to many different tracks that they provide. So there could be sponsor tracks that certain sponsors sponsor, and general tracks for everyone at the hackathon. And at the end, you present to these sponsors and to the judges. You post a demo video and you write up your project on, usually these hackathons will use DevPost. And then the winners are announced in the closing ceremony, and it's all great. So for Next Hacks, I don't know if you can really read these, but I'll quickly go through them. The main tracks were either you can make a project that's a dev tool that helps with the development process, healthcare related, education related, or just the general catch-all. And some sponsor tracks were a lot of like startups and not well-known companies. The most well-known company is probably Polymarket there. They do those live, like, I don't even know what you call them, everything tradings. So what was our plan? We applied to this hackathon back in October. We were accepted in December. My team, me and two of my friends, wanted to incorporate some sort of hardware to stand out because it's not a hardware hackathon per se, but if we could incorporate hardware, we thought we'd be able to maybe be better than everyone else. And one night brainstorming, we had an idea that would work to all of our strengths, creating a new mobile biometric factor. And the idea for this is that in this AGI future, current mobile biometrics, like your Face ID, your Touch ID, could become easily spoofed. So we need a biometric factor that's also as portable, that's much harder to spoof. And when we did some research, and based on my experience taking auth last semester, we looked into palm vein biometrics. So what are biometrics? If you've taken auth already, then you will have covered this. But if you haven't taken auth, then I'll do a quick little overview here. So biometrics are a form of authentication. Authentication is typically going to be using something that you know, something that you are, or something that you have. In this case, biometrics is something that you are. Biometrics separated into two main categories: physiological biometrics, which are going to be your fingerprint, your iris, your retina, your face, your hands, your voice, your DNA, things that just like are physically a part of you. Then there's behavioral biometrics, which are going to be like your signature, your keystroke patterns, things that you do that also are specific to you. For a biometric to be a valid biometric, it needs to have certain criteria. It needs to be universal, so everyone has it. It needs to be unique, which means it can be equally, or you can distinguish it among certain people. It must be permanent, so it must never change or be removed over time, and easy to collect, and safe, obviously. For biometric authentication, there are two main phases. There's the enrollment phase, where you're enrolling your factor for the first time. Then there's the verification phase. Once you already have enrolled, you need to verify using this factor. So here's like a pretty nice pipeline. From capturing the raw data, you're going to extract features and then either create a template and classify the similarity of it to see if it's the same as the stored vector. Once you do that classification or that similarity classification metric, you can either authenticate or say it's not similar enough. And you'll get to see this more when we go into the specifics of my project. When you're evaluating how good a biometric is, you're going to be looking at the false acceptance rate, the false rejection rate, and the equal error rate. Equal error rate is just when the false acceptance rate is equal to the false rejection rate, which is usually what you want to hit. You want to hit when they're equal. Current biometric factors used by many are your fingerprint, your face, and your iris. Those have all been implemented by Apple in various things, but fingerprint's a very popular one that most people have integrated into their daily life and technology. Some advanced biometric factors that aren't widely used, though they do exist, are going to be your palm print and veins and brain passwords. So let's go into more about palm vein biometrics. What really is that, and why should I care about it? So the theory of palm vein biometrics is that this biometric factor is both a combination of your external palm print, like you can see that through visible light, and internal vein patterns, which can be revealed through near IR light. Your external palm print image, like I said, can be easily captured by this, but the hemoglobin in your veins absorbs infrared light at certain wavelengths, 760 nanometers to 840 nanometers. So if you can hit these veins with these lights and use a specialized camera to pick up this absorption, then you can basically capture an image, quote unquote, of your veins. And using this wavelength of light, we could probably figure out this hack. So just a quick image of what this would look like. That's the visible light all the way on the left. In the middle, that's what your near IR would see at that 760 to 850 nanometer wavelength. And from that second picture, you can use filtering techniques to extract the vein pattern, which you could then process into a feature vector and use for biometric authentication. So this is not a new technology. It's been around for a pretty long time, about 2 decades now, when it was first introduced. And there have been some commercial implementations like Amazon Go, Amazon One, which was used at Amazon Go when it existed. And now it's used, I think, at Whole Foods. I think I've seen it in Whole Foods before, where you're able to enroll your palm print with Amazon and use that as an authentication factor. But this technology really isn't personally available if you wanted to use this for yourself, at least not for a cheap price. So here's the pipeline that we were going to go off of. We wanted to capture the image using a specialized IR camera. We wanted to extract features from this image to create a useful vein map. Use this processed image to create a feature vector, our template, and then use similarity metrics to actually compare this feature vector to the stored template to decide if we are going to authenticate the user or not. So how do we actually do this, given we're all kind of college students without access to advanced technology? So here are the three of us. There's me on the right. I'm a cybersecurity major. And those are my two friends. The one on the left goes to Columbia, and he's a MechE major with an interest in robotics. One in the middle goes to Cornell, and he's a computer science major with an interest in computer vision. So combining our three strengths, we have someone who's really good at hardware, someone who's pretty good at computer vision, and someone who's pretty good at cybersecurity. We could probably do this. So our original idea was to create a palm vein biometric phone case. So this technology would be built into the case. It would interact with the phone, or this technology would interact with the phone to authenticate to apps, websites, your phone, whatever. And our case would be this main hack. Since the technology already exists, we want to see if we can make it really local on the back of your phone. And because we tried to use the current research methods in their like GitHub source code, but it did not work for us, we're still going to have to implement the actual biometrics ourselves. Oh, my mouth was away from the microphone the entire time. So what we need. In terms of hardware, we need a board to process the capture requests and get images from the camera. We had a Raspberry Pi, so we went with that. We need a specialized camera to actually capture these near IR images. We need infrared light for the veins to absorb. And we need a way to power this entire unit and a phone case. And we were going to 3D print the phone case because then we could easily cut out the holes that we needed to make this technology work. in terms of software, we need code to actually capture this image from the camera when it's requested to. We need code to process this image into an actual usable form and generate a feature vector. And then back-end storage, authentication, app functionality, and a front-end mobile app for testing the authentication. And since we all had iPhones, we thought Swift would be a pretty easy way to go with this to actually make the app. Our initial timeline. So from January 1st to 10th, we would start planning and buy all the hardware. January 11th, we would drive everyone up to Rochester because their schools didn't start for next week. So we would take that last week to actually prep for the hackathon and make sure everything works. And then for the next week, we'd work with the other two guys to prep everything while I have classes. And then the 17th, we would go up to the hackathon and start coding. And January 18th, we would win, ideally. So this timeline did not really go to plan. So this is kind of like a quick side note story time, because this is important to understand how this hack ended up actually making it. My week was kind of pretty bad right before that. So the original plan was to leave Sunday morning and get to Rochester for my classes on Monday. I live on Long Island. It's about 6-hour drive, 6.5 hours with traffic. And we leave on Sunday, get there on Monday. I go to classes, whatever. But about 2 hours into the drive, hit a really nasty pothole on New York 17 going west and completely blew out my tire. So now we were still 250 miles away from Rochester, and I can't drive on a donut for that long. So we had to stop at Binghamton for the night, in like a really sketchy area of Binghamton, since no other hotel would let us stay and check in if we were under 21. We had Denny's twice within a 12-hour period. NVIDIA was made in a Denny's, so that was a positive for us, I guess. The next morning, we had to go to 2 different tire stores to find a place that had my size tire in stock to get it replaced. And we ended up leaving Binghamton at 2 p.m. on Monday, so I missed all my classes on Monday. And we lost a lot of valuable time because Monday was the time that I had the most free time to help them and get 3D prints working and put things together. Because the rest of my week, oh, sorry, that's Denny's. It was actually really good. I've had Denny's in such a long time. The rest of my week looked a little bit like this. Monday was the actual only day that I actually had time to work because I was just crammed and stuffed with time, or stuffed with things to do for the rest of the week. So how to manage the schedule with no time. Neither of my friends were actually RIT students, so they couldn't access 3D printers or soldering irons by themselves to work on the hardware because you need certifications, whatever. We had zero time to actually help out because James had other plans for me to work on CCDC. And we were already extremely behind since we bricked the first Pi we had through, we don't even know how, and we needed to get a backup. And we had not bought the IR lights yet that were the correct wavelength to get good images. So in the couple of days before, we kind of had nothing, which was pretty bad given the fact that we needed hardware. So welcome to hardware hell. This was our, this was kind of all the hardware that we needed to use. And it was all kind of held together by tape. So we had to persist nonetheless. Saturday morning at 5 a.m., we embarked on our journey to beautiful Pittsburgh, PA, with all of the hardware we needed, except none of it was put together, and we couldn't get the lights soldered to the battery pack. So we were kind of going out on a whim. We also were only able to get 1 phone case printed on Friday, and the shed closed at 5, so we had to actually stop the second print halfway through, which was the top half of the phone case. So it was kind of really scuffed, and we weren't able to solder the IR lights, but we had to go. Once we got there, it didn't get any better because more conflicts, less work. Once we got to CMU, we actually weren't able to get a table in the main room since they were all filled up with the 1,000 people that were at that competition. So we had to kind of occupy 2 tables in the hallway outside the main room. And once we got there, I had to be hands off the hack from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. because I was participating in ISTS qualifiers. But low-key, that was worth it because that was the best part of the weekend. Then when we got there, the image processing pipeline just wasn't working. We didn't have any batteries for the battery pack to power the IR lights. So we were kind of not doing well. But despite that fun story that made me extremely stressed out, here's the moment that you've all been waiting for. Here's the product. So our product was called HemiSec, like Hemi from hemoglobin and Sec from security, blood security. There were 3 main components that would communicate with each other over the network. We'd have the Raspberry Pi, which would run the image capturing and potentially the processing, what we thought. The phone, which would run the app and act as a middleman between the Pi and the backend server. And then the backend server, which would just run backend and storage and authentication functionality. The app backend would be like something simple. We wanted like a notes app that you would work to unlock via this biometric factor, but we ended up having to scrap that due to time. Here is the actual picture of the device when it was working completely. You can see on the left side of your screen that first dot is going to be the camera, and then those bottom two dots are going to be the IR lights. The top IR light is going to be powered through the camera itself, so when the camera turns on, that light would turn on. And because we couldn't get the bigger light, connected to the Pi, that was just powered via a battery pack that was attached to the side that made it look like a bomb. But yeah, we put the phone in the top phone case right there, and that's kind of what it had to look like, because we only had very, very little time to work on the actual design. So here's we go into the software side of it. So this is our network diagram. In our network mockup, the Raspberry Pi phone and server are all on the same network. And as seen during hardware hacking last semester, Edgerome and Raspberry Pis don't get along. So we wanted to avoid any issues that would occur using Edgerome, which was really good because when we got to Edgerome, CMU's version of Edgerome restricts basically all normal internet activity that you would want to use. You couldn't use Discord voice chats. You couldn't use any games like any Roblox, Minecraft, like any games that were all blocked. Many websites were blocked. VPNs like Tailscale, couldn't use them. It's like a middle school firewall, honestly. It was terrible. So I had to do all of ISTS calls on a hotspot because I couldn't access voice chat. I couldn't access Tailscale. It was terrible. James can attest, he's gone, but we were trying to figure out Tailscale for like a solid 30 minutes. But here's an awesome draw.io image I made about our router, which I have over there. So here's the hardware we used and why we used it. Our Raspberry Pi was Raspberry Pi 3 Model B. Only thing that was directly plugged into this Pi was the ArduCam camera that we used. The idea was to run an API on some port that had one endpoint /capture that when you query that endpoint, it would return the feature vector from that captured image. We had to amend that later to just return, yeah, what's up? We got the first Pi from my roommate. The second Pi we didn't end up using, but RITSEC was very generous to sponsor the Pi. So thank you RITSEC. RITSEC also sponsored the router, which made this all possible. So thank you, RITSEC. We had to amend that to actually just return the whole entire image because we couldn't do any processing on the Pi because it would heat up to like insane temperatures and like die. So the camera was an ArduCam Day-Night Vision for Raspberry Pi camera with automatic IR cut switching. Very long name. But what's important is this camera could function as both a visible light camera and an IR camera, which is really nice. And this came with the two IR lights on the side that would turn on automatically when it was dark enough, because it's meant to be like a security camera like that. But they weren't the right wavelengths. We needed an external light thing anyway. It worked with RPI Cam, which is a newer version of LibCamera, which was the older Raspberry Pi capture command. And we could use the RPI Cam tac still command to save the image to /TMP for transfer via an API call. So the lights and the batteries, we use these 48-piece 850 nanometer light cluster, which was intended for surveillance and CCTV cameras, but we were not using it for that case. We couldn't plug this into the Pi, so we had to solder it to a battery pack like that. And ideally, it would have been only turned on for taking the image to save battery power, but just based on the way we had it, the battery pack was strapped to the side and always on. So now let's get into the actual image processing and the feature extraction part, because this is the most interesting part of the project. Because we didn't realize that when you're working with biometrics, the authentication isn't the hard part. It's actually turning the image or the raw data into something that you can actually use that's unique. So now that we have a picture, how can we process it to extract veins? Here's the example of what the camera sees originally. It's just kind of like pink. And if this were higher quality, you can kind of see some vein patterns with a visible eye, but it's not that good. So how can we take this image and process it to actually be good? And this is actually really cool. I didn't work on this, my friend did, so I'm gonna try to go with what he said to explain what we did in this case. So from that raw image, we first did some pre-processing. We grayscaled the image, and we ran a whole bunch of different filters on that to try to turn it into something that brought out the veins we wanted. So we did a bilateral denoise, which is a noise reduction filter to kind of get rid of just the noise in the image that we didn't want. We emphasized the shadows for contrast purposes. We diminished the highlights to make boundaries in the image more uniform, and we increased the contrast between the dark and the light areas, because with this IR, the veins would be darker, and we sharpened the image for stronger edges at this point, so we would have more defined boundaries. Then we hit it all with a Gaussian blur and used Otsu thresholding to filter out background noise. We then strengthened the edges to create a mask with L2 Euclidean distance transforms to paint on the image. I have pictures of what this all looks like in a second. This is just a lot of words. Then for feature extraction, we inverted the image so that the dark would become light, light would become dark. So now the veins are the light parts. We then mask this with a safe mask to mark the actual working area that we want to edit. We then did a PCA dimensionality reduction to go from pixels to a lower pixel count. We then crop the image to our specific area of interest. We applied a Gabor filter, which tries to map out which lines are actually veins. And we relued the entire image to only keep the strong features. From that processed image, we generated the feature vector by separating this image into cells, normalizing each cell, else normalizing the whole image, then concatenating all the cells into one feature vector. And that was a vector that we could actually utilize. So here's a pictures of how this process actually happened. So from the original, we grayscaled that image and generated this mask, which kind of looks nothing like the image, but it helps the code work with it later. Then the pre-processing is done, which gets you the left image. And once the Gabor filter is applied, we get the right image, which is what we kind of work with in this case. Some images created better vein features than others, but we were able to get something out of these filters. This by far took the longest time out of anything during this project. I took a nap at like 3 a.m. while my friend was working on this, and I woke up and he still wasn't done. So this was definitely a limiting factor during this project, but it was very cool. So now that we have this feature vector, how can we use this for authentication? So during enrollment, we accept this template at face value. This is the authoritative source for this user, and we would store that in the database. For verification, when we get a new vector from someone that's trying to authenticate as this user, we would get another vector, and we would compare this vector to the stored template. And we use cosine similarity, which you could remember this formula from linear algebra or any other math classes you took. You probably did something similar. Basically gets the cosine of the angle between two vectors and sees how similarly related they are. You set a threshold for verification. If similarity is greater than threshold, you accept. If you don't, you reject. So putting it all together. Now that we have a camera and authentication pipeline completed, we have to fill in the gaps, and this will be mediated by the app that is authenticating the user. So the schematic was planned to be, first time the user makes an account, asks to create a pass. When the phone user creates a password, or creates an account, it would first post/capture to the camera, which would return the base64 encoded image. It would then ask if you like the image, and if you like it, you can send it over. It would post to the sign-up endpoint on the server with username, password, and the biometric image in base64. And that would return success, the user ID, and the username. When you wanted to re-log in, you would once again get the username and password, post to /capture on the camera. It would return the base64 encoded image, repeat until the image is good, and then it would then forward that to API auth login, username, password, biometric image, and it would return either success with the access token and the similarity percentage, or failure. And it would say no good. So the backend was just a simple Flask API listening on port 8080 on my laptop. 2 endpoints were actually utilized, sign up and login, just for simplicity's purposes. It was originally designed to have a CRUD notes app with just create, read, update, delete notes, but we had to scrap that due to time. And we use a SQLite 3 database for storing user data for simplicity purposes, which was the username, password hash, and the template. Here's a very nice ER diagram of our database schematic. These template vectors were stored in base64. Passwords were hashed and stored with the Argon2 KDF, which enforces memory hardness and time cost to make brute forcing more difficult. We set a hash length of 32 bytes on this and a salt length of 16 bytes. And we use JSON web tokens for access token generation authentication. That would be used for the notes if we did implement that, but we didn't. And we used cosine similarity to compare these vectors. We set a threshold of 0.63, which was experimentally determined as the best one to reduce the false acceptance rate and the false rejection rate. So now here's where my expertise was not strong, but I still had to do this. So the development of the actual app to mediate the camera and the backend, I don't know Swift, but I was in charge of making this app. I thought Swift would be really easy and doable within a couple of hours. I was very, 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 very wrong. This was the app idea. So from the home screen, the user can sign up or log in. After submitting, the app would use multicast DNS or Bonjour to discover the Palm Vein device on the local network. The Pi had a Vahi daemon installed and advertised itself as palmvein._tcp.local. It would then show a live video feed of the camera and ask the user to take the IR picture. You can retake it if it's bad. You would then send that request to the backend, and if it's sign up, you would re-request to log in and then do the login. By this point, we scrapped the idea of a notes vault in favor of just successful authentication because we ran out of time. So what do you do when you have 5 hours to code an app in a language that you don't know? You ask your beautiful friends over at the internet to do it for you. This is where the failure of the app really came in, because when you're vibe coding a language that you don't know the errors that it's making, so you can't fix them yourself. So you're in a constant state of re-prompting these LLMs to fix the errors that it's making. Then halfway through, it'll forget where it started and will end up making things that don't even work, like way worse than when they first made the errors, and you're just in a constant cycle of just kind of failure. So Claude was the first thing we tried, created a really nice UI, but functionality was actually lacking. Now ChatGPT, the one on the bottom, created a really ugly UI, but the functionality was so close that I kept prompting for hours to fix its errors, which was a huge mistake because we wasted so much time just prompting ChatGPT, which I highly regret. By 12 p.m. on Saturday, the app still wasn't functioning enough to create our demo video, which is very important for hackathons. We had errors both on our method of capturing and sending data because we were still trying to process things in the Pi, and then the Swift views were just not like working with me. By 12:50 p.m., with 10 minutes until the deadline, we had to record something to submit, and the video had like nothing to do with the actual project. So we had to kind of just like BS something, and was a big thorn on our side when it came to like actual judging and prize like eligibility. 1 p.m. rolled around, the end of the hackathon, and we were not able to get a working project all the way, which was really disappointing. I was especially pretty bummed because it's kind of partially my fault I wasn't able to get the app done in time because I was most of the reason that this app didn't work. I flamed ChatGPT. I don't know if you want to read that message. During the last couple hours, we placed ourselves into the Overshoot AI and Trey sponsor tracks. We didn't use these technologies at all, so we were not really in the running at all, but we had to apply to something just in case. But our official judging time was 3 hours later in the last judging slot. So we still had like 3 hours to just kind of like sit and wallow in our depression. But we had a stroke of genius. Though technically it was hands-off and we weren't allowed to work, I decided to try a new LLM and prompt Gemini Pro to see if it can one-shot the app. My idea, if it can give me a complete app in one prompt, I'll see if I could actually make it work for the judging demo. Otherwise, I just take the L. One prompt was all it got. I crafted one prompt, and one prompt was all it needed. Gemini was able to completely one-shot the app with very minimal tweaks. So we now had a working app that could interact both the Pi and the backend for successful authentication. And my teammates and I secretly worked to wrap up some loose ends, and by 4 p.m., we actually had something we can demo that worked. Obviously, if you're trying to win a hackathon, don't do this, but we weren't in the running for winning anything. We just wanted a working demo. We were feeling really good. With a working app, we were able to enroll ourselves in the app and tune the cosine similarity threshold to reduce the FAR and the FRR. During judging, we successfully enrolled and authenticated ourselves and demonstrated that logins would fail with the wrong POM. We were feeling really good. Everything worked. We don't have any videos of it working because it was so last minute and it got destroyed right after the hackathon, but everything worked and it was really cool. So closing ceremonies rolled around and we didn't win anything. Some of the winners were actually really cool. They're all on DevPost. You can look at them if you have the time, but we did not win. We had a really cool project in the end. I'm honestly super proud of our project, but there were a couple of factors that we believe led us to not win any prizes. So we didn't use any of the sponsors, which is a big thing. Hackathons want you to use their sponsors. We didn't really have an AI component to our project. Even though our project applied to the AI future, we didn't actually use like AI like at all within the project. We had a really bad demo video, and I was busy for half the hackathon with other things. So if I had another 24 hours, I would increase the security of the data transfer because we were using HTTP and very plain text communication. I would try to use HTTPS and make it more secure so it can't be man-in-the-middle attacked. I would increase the security of biometric data storage, store templates in like a TEE or something similar to that, like that's actually secure and not just base64 in the database. I would not use Swift. I would look into alternatives, add some cross-platform compatibility, actually add the CRUD Notes app functionality, and I would rework the local POM-based device discovery. We had to actually hard code the IP address of the device into the app for sake of time, so I didn't get the dynamic discovery to actually work in the end. If we had another month, we would try to actually like slim down the design and make this like a real project. We would use a Pi Zero, a custom PCB, get rid of the battery pack, and just make it like an actual phone case size. And maybe you can plug the device into the actual phone itself to reduce the need for network communication. Final stats, 4 monsters personally consumed, 3 hours of sleep between the 2 nights, 74 LLM prompts across 3 different LLMs, 18 hours of coding, 1 Raspberry Pi bricked, 2 micro SD cards corrupted, and 12 hours to get from Pittsburgh back to Rochester because of NAT breaks, which is rough. Lessons learned, if I actually wanted to win a hackathon, I would play into the theme, use the sponsors, create a product that can be easily sold, network with people, get as much sleep the night before, don't have overlapping activities, and have a surefire plan a week in advance. In terms of cybersecurity, I thought biometrics are really cool to work with, and I'd love to do more research in this field. But most of the biometrics, like I said before, had little to do with actual security. Most of this was actually just computer vision. And the security part is mainly the authentication after the creation of this template. So we would try to probably get people who have way more experience with actually processing raw data. We also learned that security is often an afterthought in applications. We didn't have much time to actually add security to our app, which is ironic because it was a security type app. But how many other apps also don't think security first? We have job security. And having people of various backgrounds on your security team can give you a more holistic view of the situation. If it was just me, I would not be able to work on this project alone because I didn't know hardware and I didn't know computer vision. So my friends really came in clutch here to add that extra side of the coin here. And that's all I have.
We will have to exit the room beforehand. There is a reservation right after us, so we need to leave, unfortunately. But thank you all for coming in today. If you have any questions for Max, just go outside and ask him. We just need to leave the room right now. If you opened up one of the wells in the ground, please make sure that you close those again and return any seats back to where they were before. Thank you.